All right, hello and welcome everyone. How you doing tonight? I came here to start playing the game like right away, and I realized I made a fundamental mistake, as I am prone to do quite obviously. And that is I forgot to turn the dang thing on first. So I turned on and I see that I got about a third of a gig download to do. Apparently they have released already version 1.1 of the Forgotten City. Now, yes, I'm a little sad that apparently there's already 1.1. Like I would really have preferred to finish 1.0 before I started to do 1.1. But what are you gonna do? The good news is it looks like I'm going over the changes here, and it looks like most of this stuff was superficial. They've added 14 visual styles to change the look of the game, which you can press the two brackets, so we'll check that out when it's done. Chinese localization is now working correctly. Oh boy, I can't wait to do that. Apparently, by popular demand, allow bold players to disable all whispered hints. Maybe they heard my feedback. I'm touched. You think they actually heard me? That's so cool if they legit heard this feedback from me. But it is cool that they did hear that maybe they were being too forthright with the hinting. So we're forced to solve all puzzles on their own. And I will do that one to change to no. And cloud saves are enabled. So that'll be neat. Oh, at one point, Aquita sank into her balcony floor. Have to check that out. You know what? I'm not going to go through the minor changes too much. I don't want to ruin anything. It looks like there might be a couple spoilers in there. So it is done updating. And Salty Trekker, I do need to halfway apologize. I saw that you were streaming. I'm like, I'm going to do a real jerk thing here and 100% stream right now. But I've also been real patient waiting for this game for nigh on 2 years now, I do believe. So sorry, Michael. Not sorry. Don't let little old me get in your way. You'll do fine. Thomas Potts was here first, saying hello. Hello right back at you, Thomas. John DeMarco, greetings. How are you? Thomas saying, just wait till you see the fourth inning. It's like 25 minutes long. I wonder if that's true. I wonder if you're trolling me. Rock Solid Productions, how are you doing? Saying Matthew is late. Gary, I have a video I look forward to making of you inspired me to clean up my mess of a gaming area. And I do look forward just doing a speed montage of how easy it was to put everything together. My kids came and helped me. It was a blast. So you may be a little confused because you might remember from last time I was playing that this is not at all where I saved. So I did play like 5 more minutes and then I said I was being a jerk by not streaming, so I quit. But what I did is I went and talked to Aquita, as Thomas kept saying, Matthew, you got rid of the assassin, go talk to Aquita. So I did what Thomas said, and I said, no, stop it right there. So she said, come meet her in the baths, but don't go immediately, or don't follow her, because if you follow too closely, then people would think we were going together. So instead of listening to her, I ran ahead and got here first. So we'll let her get to the baths and see what she has to say here. Sertus, how are you doing? No, Salty Trekker, I didn't mean for you to do that. Oh, but I do love that Jelly Baby super chat, or not super chat. I can't do super chats because for some reason YouTube hates the idea of making money off of small channels. Like, I don't get that mentality. YouTube. Take the money where you can get it. If you got some guy with a subscriber, let him get the money and take your cut. It's just more money for you. But no, Salty Trucker, he said, I yield my streaming time to a far more interesting, entertaining, and engaging streamer. I appreciate such kind words, but not true. I love listening to you talk Star Trek, Michael. Like, honestly, that's one of my favorite things, to just have you sit there, you old salt of a sailor, and talk about your Star Trek stuff. Hey, let's talk to Aquita. Let's see what we got going on here tonight.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the...
Okay, so I prompted her some more about the fact that our Jen Karen was a young woman wearing a hood, and she had an idea about the god who created all of this.
Oh, what a marvelous lamp.
And I said, well, how can I talk to the god who created this?
Waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded
Oh, no.
with a coin. It's just as you described it. Only your pronunciation.
So she said, meet her in the bath, and here we go. Here's the
It
answer.
wasn't Karen. It was Charon.
Oh,
As
Charon.
in Charon,
The ferryman of the dead. Absolutely.
Charon, who in exchange for the right coin.
I knew we were all dead. I'm not sure how the first two endings work out with us being dead, but clearly we're all dead.
From the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up.
But when I got an achievement, Bloodless Shadow, I realized that I'm a dead man.
Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute.
Ha!
Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that...
Oh, Professor, don't go if you don't have to. I mean, if you gotta get sleep, I understand, but stick around. We love having you here.
Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But
I wonder if this is technically one of the endings.
stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm
Surely
so
not.
Sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry.
No. You're not allowed to say that. That is something only David Tennant gets to say. And you need a little more feeling as you emote it. And thank you to Noah. Noah donated, said, you managed to avoid me this last week, but I have friends, and my friends will be seeing you this Friday. Hashtag raw meat for Matthew. That'd be so gross. That'd be so incredibly disgusting. Rock Solid Productions was saying that he saw my Harbor Freight power strips. Yes, thank you so much for that. I had to wait forever for them to get in stock, but they finally did get them in stock, and I was able to get 2 of them for $20 each, whereas Amazon, I'd only get the 1 for $40. Now, to be fair, Amazon's power strips are like surge protectors also, and these are just power strips, but I have them plugged into an outlet that has built-in surge protection, so not really something I'm worried about. John DeMarco saying, I'm being a jerk, just a normal day. Yep. Searches, how dare I stream when Salty is streaming? Sorry. John, I absolutely should listen to Thomas more. Thomas says he doesn't remember saying that. You did, Thomas. You said it several times. But, of course, we all know how good my memory is. I might be getting you mixed up with that Matthew guy.
After all, perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto.
Oh, okay.
And why his
That actually makes a lot of sense.
Father of riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
Kroganai, how are you doing today? How dare I stream when Michael's streaming? Sorry! I'm sorry. But yes, I did. I've been waiting for this game for 2 years, and I finally got some free time, so I'm absolutely playing this. In fact, I've been playing this for the past 3 days. So 4 days in a row I've been playing this because I've just been waiting this for so long. So are we all dead? Well, you can tell me. I'm sure I can ask these all. So we're dead?
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken.
Oops. Sorry about that. I was trying to be able to see the chat. It's a little... My chat is a little see-through right now, and that wasn't working too well for me, so I was trying to get it to a good spot. What can you tell me about Charon?
I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that
I had forgotten his name was Charon. I honestly slipped that. I always just thought of him as the ferryman.
An obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks.
Rock Solid is saying, you know, I might have to stream here in a minute over Life with Matthew. Yeah, go for it, Rock Solid. Absolutely. The more the merrier. Why didn't you all recognize Charon immediately?
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood. And I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kirti. And Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kamut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress.
Daniel's laughing. You can see her sideburns. Daniel, I do remember you saying there was
Of some sort.
some YouTube videos of girls shaving their sideburns like this. I don't think this counts as a sideburn. It's just an extra bit of the hair that they have going down as a style.
Cross again.
Like a sideburn, I feel like is legit hair coming, like growing out of the side of your face, where they just have some hair up in this region that they let grow long instead of tucking behind their ears. Why are there so few people in the underworld?
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river. But that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins?
Maybe
In
he's
our
greedy?
case, It seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here. But so many
I wonder
others
what
did
it could
not.
be. Salty Trucker, Life with Matthew, just to be clear, you've already beaten this game and now you're still playing the game? Because you want to play this anti-Christian game? I've only gotten 2 of the 4 endings, so I do want to see all of them, yes. Thomas Pod's laughing at me, saying he knows the answer and I don't. Do you really?
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help.
Hey, Cinnabon Bunny, how you doing? Rock Solid Brother saying, I'm not dead, I just can't move one side of my face. What, did I say you're dead? I never said you were dead. I did laugh at your joke, though, which I don't get why, when you're in the ER and you made the joke about it's all in your head, I don't get why the doctors didn't laugh. That is a grade A joke, and one that you can make while being in that situation. More power to you, man. That was awesome. That's a joke my dad would have done. That's a joke my dad did do after his round of chemo that he did.
Now that we know where
Or
we are,
not his one round. He did a stem cell
we
transplant
don't want to be cast
where
into
they take the stem cells from your blood. So it's your own stem cells so your body doesn't reject them, because that's actually a major issue.
I remember
with
thoughts
stem
in
cells.
particular about heroes
Hold on,
in
I'll tell you
the
once she's done
underworld.
talking.
Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld,
Oh.
or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
Thomas, your voice is much lower than mine. I'm sorry, I'll try to fix that. Daniel's hot topic, Life with Matthew, your Equita, your epidermis is showing. What? Okay, so my dad, he got some stem cell transplants done. So your body rejects foreign stem cells. Like, everyone likes to think that if you just get stem cells, it's a cure-all. But actually, in truth, there's a lot of issues where your body rejects them as foreign invaders. So you can't just harvest stem cells like that. But if you use your own stem cells, it usually works. So they harvested his own stem cells. They cleaned it up so that ideally these stem cells had none of the myeloma genes in them. Then they almost killed him, and like to the point where he had nothing left in his bone marrow. And then they re-injected the stem cells. So the idea was that he would be mostly cancer-free for many years. And instead of it working, it didn't work like at all. It continued unabated, and they were really frustrated. They're like, that makes no sense. People either die from this or they get better. And my dad's like, I'm sorry, I'll try harder to die next time for the sake of your statistics. So that's exactly the kind of humor my dad would have had, rock solid. Oh, and I said that we're all dead. Sorry, everyone in the game is dead. I should have been more precise. You're right, Gary. So can't we just escape the way we came in?
Reasonable question.
Down the river?
But the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that.
Game audio a little low? I can fix that for you.
Try.
I noticed you seem uncomfortable calling the god of the underworld by his name. Why is
All
that?
Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
So do I need to get in front of a mirror and go Pluto, Pluto, Pluto?
Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from?
Yeah, we are.
That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth.
So I
about
think
the
these are going to be the
golden
last
rule,
two options in
and
the
maybe
game.
even
We
put
can
an
front
end
him,
to it.
or we find a way to
As I
escape with
said,
Persephone.
Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Daniel's hot topic. Have I ever watched the movie called Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter? No. No. I'm sure it's just as biblically accurate as Noah, but I have not watched it.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city.
All
The
right.
problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole.
Interesting.
I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk
Oh, yeah.
in front of it.
I forgot about that,
I'm
actually.
not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again.
Hey, what can you tell me about the obelisk?
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque.
Let's see. Roxal is saying that this game is boring as a normal Life with Matthew stream. Ouch, harsh. Yeah, so this is definitely a dialogue-heavy game, but I really enjoy these kind of games, so I make no apologies there for that. I think I missed something you said a second ago. Cinnabon Bunny was talking about the game he wants to play is broken. I did see that. What was up with that? The update for Flight Sim, right? What happened with that? How do you update something and then break it completely? Roxolly was saying that his left eye is not doing well tonight. It was fine earlier, but I think I pushed too much today. Yeah, so Roxolly, I saw your video where you were having to manually blink. Is that something you have to do all the time? Or are you able to, like, most of the time, are you able to keep it moistened without having to manually actuate it? Is that the right word for this?
I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum.
I should ask Georgius. New lead. Ask Dulai about the plaque. What about the Egyptian one?
Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us.
Kabash.
Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago.
Okay, that's why I don't know
I
him.
did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
Oh, I can't ask Aurelia about Kabash. Oh, that's because she's not talking to me. Yeah, I pissed her off. I pissed her off something fierce. But the next time loop I do, I can ask her then.
I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way.
Thomas says, sure, fix it when John says it, but not when I do. That's because I'm just really bad at reading comments. I'm trying to be better about it, but I often get distracted by the game I'm playing. And Thomas is saying that he thinks this triggers the 4th ending. I think so. I think this together, the 2 of them are going to be the 2 options I get. Oh, Life with Matthew donated, saying dolphins are, and I've seen this one on Michael's stream before, so I'm not going to put those words together. But it starts with sofa, and when you say the second word there as the patriarchal reign of a monarch, it makes it sound like you're swearing. Nice try there, but it says, I love them more than anything. Officer Kathy! Officer Kathy, so much for that donation, saying, I know you wanted to break a golden rule. Criminal scum like you can't help themselves. What are you waiting for? This is chocolate in prison I'll be sending to you. Oh gosh. Okay, if you guys haven't seen Cinnabon's streams, he has a prison simulator starring Officer Kathy. Well worth it. But Cinnabon, is that the game that was broken? I thought it was Flight Sim.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit.
And yes, John, you do have to spell things out for me.
Those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a
She was the one kidnapped by Hades, wasn't she? Yeah, and then her mom
abducted and dragged her here
made everything go dry,
forcing her into marriage.
Yeah, she might be willing to help.
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is,
Thomas, son of a bird, read it, you jerk. I won't.
Noticed by her captor.
I won't. And it is Flight Sim that keeps crashing. That sucks. You would think they'd do some sort of sanity check before doing a major update.
Come across one of those in your travels?
I do hear the female statues whispering to me every now and again. Yes, I do.
Bringing this up now?
Well, I thought it was crazier than usual.
You were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
It's always the same voice, and she's helpful, if a little cryptic.
Fascinating.
Oh, that's right. I need to turn off the hint system.
Spirit, or perhaps, perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
I've already found a way to escape.
Truly? Then why are you still here?
Because that path will result in the deaths of nearly everyone here, and I don't want that.
I see.
Yeah, so I did find Centilia. She was tied up by her own father, and I could free her, and that would trigger one of the endings, ending 2. But instead I was like, nah, I'm just gonna bounce, so sorry.
To confront you know who.
Okay, I'm ready to get started here.
I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain above.
John saying Pluto is just a front. Officer Kathy's really in charge of this place.
It seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time.
Oh, springtime. Things are getting bad at DJ's stream. What's up, man? Let's see. I'm gonna start looking for the Greek plaque first.
In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Okay, I said I was going to do that, but honestly, the first thing I'm going to do... Well, I was going to say the first thing I'm going to do is go to the guy in the well. I think that's what I do. I want to talk to that old guy in the well who keeps asking if I know who's doing this. Because now I'm wondering if maybe that old guy is Pluto himself. I wouldn't be entirely surprised to find out it was Pluto. And I think I've also figured out a way to get Malleus to confess his crimes. I haven't tried it yet, but I think if I go talk to his wife, maybe we can find a jilted lover is something you should not do, especially a woman. A woman once scorned, or hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, I believe is the saying. So I lied to the to a Vesta priestess. I did. I mean, honestly, is that any surprise? I lied to everyone. I'm a horrible person. We've talked about this.
You've returned.
I have returned.
I will tell you everything I know. But first, a request. The one thing I long for above.
Okay.
Let us find.
We've talked about all this. Yes, Pluto, god of the underworld.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic?
Sure, I'll give this a shot.
Wonderful. Then let me begin with a
Nothing
question.
like navel
Would you
gazing.
say you know the difference between right and wrong?
One of these. So yes, I do think I know the difference between right and wrong, but it is also a complex question. I'll go with that
You're
one.
an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became.
Yeah, I figured you'd like that
But
answer.
If you struggle with right
You
and
know,
wrong,
the art of
knowingly,
philosophy is pretty
down
much
here with the golden rule. Surely your
pretty much
struggle
the art
can
of
only
saying something
become
so
more
stupid
difficult.
that people think you're saying something really, really smart. So the surely struggle can only become more difficult? Yeah, it is.
Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend
I wonder if that's the
rules,
Greek
and turn a
plaque
blind
behind
eye
him.
and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing.
I mean,
could
he's not
result
entirely
in
wrong
mass
about what he was
execution.
saying.
So to
That
navigate
people
this
do
maze,
like
we
to
would
think
have
better
be
of themselves. And
certain
they really
about
like to
the
use
difference
subjective
between
morality.
right and wrong.
They like to be comparative, saying, well, I'm not as bad as the murderer. I'm not as bad as them. I'm basically a good person. But, I mean, all you're doing in that case is comparing yourself to another horrible person. Like, that's subjective morality makes no sense. So to navigate this maze, we'd have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Yeah, you would. But whose version of right and wrong?
That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask.
He's got
you
some
this.
crazy eyes looking right
Is
at me,
there
too.
one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you
Yes.
could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
Yes, but it's also an impossible task to do. Like, you know, God laid it out in the Old Testament, the exact things he required, his exact stance for morality, and no one could do it. No one could ever do it except Jesus. So, is there one system of morality? Yeah, I do think there is. I just think it's impossible to follow. But what does the game want me to answer here? I think it wants me to say no, I don't think so.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet?
I think there's no such thing as a correct morality. Now,
So is it up to
I
each of
disagree
us
with
to
that.
decide what right
But I
and
think
wrong
this is where the game
mean
wants
to
me
us
going.
individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
Now this is talking about groupthink, and I do think that the idea of society as a whole, as a majority, coming up with what is and isn't right and wrong is absolutely inappropriate, which is why, you know, we have things like, was slavery moral? The answer is an obvious resounding no, but if you go off the society dictates morality, then that means at one time slavery was moral, and that's a notion I reject completely. So, do I want to change my answer? I think we need to decide for ourselves. I think we need to follow the laws and customs of our community. Again, within limits. I do think that we do need an external source of morality beyond just the human conscious. When every man does what's right in his own eyes, things tend to not go very well. I think we need to decide for ourselves.
So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right?
No, that's absurd.
I agree. But why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual?
If he feels it's right to kill his wife, then he's confused or sick.
I see. So you get to decide right from wrong.
I like what this
People
game.
who see
I'm
things
surprised.
differently
Usually,
are not
games
allowed.
kind of pigeonhole you
What
into
makes
some
you
straw man
special?
arguments of what they think an opposing side would take. But this is actually, they actually seem to sit down and think about this one a little bit. What makes me special? Yeah, I see what you mean. I do. I'm not going to try and go down this rabbit trail. I was trying to pick what I thought the game devs would want, and I'm actually surprised I got it wrong. Good for them.
And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument.
Wait, I want to change my answer?
Good. Never discourage anyone who continually... Would you say you know the difference between...
So I'm still going to say I'm not sure.
You
That's a
are an
complex
overthinker.
question.
Well,
that's
you see,
fine.
So we would... But under the... So to...
Whose version of right and
That
wrong?
is
I
an
think that's the right
excellent
path.
question. So let...
Do I think... I will say... Let's try yes this
Let me
time.
guess. Is it yours?
Nice. Nice. When you put it like that, maybe
and that's
not.
a credit to you.
So let's
Good.
try
Would
this
you
one more time.
But it,
I'm really surprised.
well, you so but so that
Whose version? I don't think so. Oh, rats.
after what hope do we have?
I went to the wrong point.
Good. Would you?
I'm not sure.
if-
I can get this right.
Well, you, so but so
Whose
that's-
version? There's more than
how can
one.
that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one?
That's actually true. Yeah. The correct moral code would be a exclusionary thing because I mean, imagine, consider a society that says women can't vote versus a society that says all men are created equal and endowed with their creator with certain inalienable rights. I would say that one of them is inherently superior and inherently correct. And even though the group would say differently depending on what culture I was in, I would say that there ultimately can only be one set of absolute correct codes. But I do also believe that despite there only being one set of correct codes, that I do think that there are situations that you need to examine what the spirit of the code was as opposed to the letter of it. I'm arguing with the game over morality. I'm thinking about the game with morality. So if there's a correct moral code, wouldn't it follow that there can only be one correct one? I suppose so.
Let me guess.
Oh, very nice.
And that's a credit.
What
My
is your point here?
This. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
I'm not sure about that. What about do not kill? Now, I hope that he responds with the classic argument of what about the government executing criminals, which, again, there's a big difference between thou shalt not, actually what it says murder, as what the sixth commandment in the Bible says, versus thou shalt not kill. Like, there's a huge difference there because the Bible makes a clear distinction between the morality of a justified execution of a law in which someone committed murder in that as a punishment, you do have a capital punishment there, versus the act of going out, lying in wait for someone and brutally murdering that person.
Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made.
And yes, it also makes
where it
a
is necessary for self-defense or to prevent
exception for
greater
self-defense.
evil. For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended.
Hey, Super Blubber Push, how you doing?
Those situations are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around
I
them.
feel like I've heard that quote
And
from
so
somewhere.
we must accept our limitations. And the sad
Like, can
truth
someone Google that
no
for me? I
human
feel like that
society
is
will
a
ever
quote
achieve
from
the
someone,
utopia for which it strives.
someone in the
In
past.
mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
Yeah, I agree about that. That it has to be a freely entered decision, and you have to have the ability to freely leave. That's an extremely important part of a society. I mean, if you don't have the ability to freely enter and leave, you're not in a society. You're in a cult.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man.
You're
I
welcome.
would be happy to answer your questions.
Oh, nice. Okay, so what is your story?
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of
I
the
kinda mean,
past
how
for
did you die?
company? It's a long story.
I'm listening.
I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern.
John DeMarco is saying that it came from Plato. Thank you. I knew it was going to be someone famous like that.
Gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me.
I do wonder if you could sufficiently hide from one of the hunter statue things.
I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
Oh. Well, Hades, I mean, Pluto. Well, of course Hades. He's Greek, man.
They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades.
Why can't you return to the
My
surface?
generation was wiped out, turned to gold many years ago.
Yeah, he was able to
My
hide.
friends and I were
Awesome.
able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again.
Why can't you tell me your name?
I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
Where's everyone
I'm
else?
afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning.
How did they
One
pass
by
away?
one, my friends passed
They're
away.
already dead.
Some from malnutrition, others from madness.
John, he ate them.
It
That's
has
one way
been-
to survive.
Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
Oh, Kabash.
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater
Demeter,
challenge
is that-
the isolation.
that Diana?
So I like to imagine arguments where I argue both sides. But like so many things in life,
Yeah, he's Gollum.
arguments are
Exactly,
better
Thomas.
with a partner.
Let's talk about something else, you
As
crazy
you
old
wish.
coot. Do you know a way out of here?
Ha! If I did, would I be living like this?
Maybe. I mean, you've been down here a long time.
Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me.
Demeter was Persephone's mother. Okay. You know where I can find a plaque that was removed from the obelisk? Maybe that one right there behind your head?
You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription.
Yeah, that's the
It is
one.
a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you if Kabash had not already taken it.
Kabosh.
I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very
Is it
few
something that I
know
can't
this,
solve
but
with
before
golden
the
bowl?
Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans
Sure.
came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk
Have I been
bearing the name
inside
Hades,
the
they
Shrine of
tore it
Persephone
off and
yet? I
replaced
don't
it
think I
with
have.
Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here.
Oh, okay, that was the... That's the unknown Greek lady. I literally came through her temple to get to this guy. I see.
However,
I'm
there
with you
was
so
one
far.
thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription.
What did it say?
We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another.
We dug too deep.
Older tunnel.
We released a
which
Balrog.
Somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail.
Okay. What's in there?
There are certain things you must see for yourself.
Now, you warned me that
Take
he
this
could be
key.
violent.
You'll need it to open the gate.
Can you expound on that, maybe? Well, I'll be going now.
I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret. Yes.
You got it, Plato. Alright, I've been waiting to get into this locked place for a while. Let's get in here. Open. Enter the catacombs. Maybe I should just use a regular bow on him. Like, I don't want to turn him to gold, but if he attacks me, I do want to... We'll do a quick save. I do want to defend myself. Let's see, anything over here? Flashlight, where are you? I wonder if in real life it would reek in a catacomb, or if everyone's been well preserved, as it were. Lots of spades. Can I take it? No. It'd be neat if I could actually get a real torch instead of my extremely fancy modern torch. Which, it was real nice of Charon to give me a torch. Yay, we're moving! I know, right? I did hear someone growling. That's... Was that one of the flayed live people? I think it was. The peeled corpses, or was that the guy we were supposed to talk to? That would be unfortunate. I mean, to be fair, I said this game was a lot of talking, but yesterday we literally played through like a first-person shooter section of the game where I was being constantly rushed by like these half zombie things. It's locked from the other side, and these zombie things, we found out that they were, oh gosh, it was gross, that the golden statues are people whose skins have literally been turned to gold from whatever. Like, the gold is not just, it's not just they've been turned to gold, it's that their skin is literally fused with gold. And so this one lady decided that she was in love with one of the golden statues. That one of the lady statues really called out to her. And she decided that the golden statue loved her back. So she started to rip the gold off of people's skins. And the air on their skins was so intense that it drove them mad. And the only way to get them to stop is to shoot them and turn them back into gold. And they're actually thankful when you do this, is the way the story goes. And I can't figure out if a headshot instantly, like, takes them down, or if it just turns out that usually the second shot I get off is typically the headshot. Not just the rest of the time I'm hitting the main body area. Oh, and like last time, I don't know why I'm trying to use my Xbox controller to do this part. The keyboard and mouse will always beat a controller for terms of control on a first-person shooter. Okay, I got too close. Pissed some people off. Oh, they're mummies this time! Oh, that makes sense. Pretty sure that one's a mummy right there. And yes, it looks like a headshot one-shots them. Let's see, where's... I feel like that one... Yeah, right there, I see you. I missed you, but I see you. Is that one... I hate it when they turn to look at me. Aw, she actually looks scared. An Egyptian plaque, which translates to, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." Exactly, John. Where's Brandon Fraser? I'm clearly out of my league on this. An Egyptian man looks like he was running from something. An Egyptian board game. I've actually seen this board game played. It is pretty neat. I should make my own set of it. It's not a hard thing to put together. Where you at? I hear you. Let's see, where are they gonna come from? Are they just gonna sit underneath me, or are they actually gonna come running up the stairs? I feel like I am in an extremely non-defensible position at this moment. And all I see is shadows rippling, which, I mean, good on the game for doing that, but all the rippling shadows is really confusing me on where the bad guys are. Come out, or rather, please don't. I could have sworn I got him in the head. No, I'm just gonna keep missing everything. Right. Scaring me like that. Get on the ground now. I couldn't take the plaque. I guess there's a very specific plaque they want me to get. Because I thought the same thing. But no, there's going to be some very specific plaque that Abadash, Horseradish, whatever his name was, that he took. Can I get up over this way? I would have thought that this entire area would have been blocked off and I had to do the jumping over the chasm in order to get further. I never could figure out how to get into the palace except by running the gauntlet through the catacombs. And I really don't want to do that one again. Nope, nope, nope. Bring it back out. No, that's no one. I don't care about that. See, I don't feel like there's anything worthwhile going up there for, so I'm not gonna risk life and limb. Yeah, I can just climb up this way. I don't need to do this. Let's get out of here. Keep trying to find Abadash, whatever his name is. This be Anubis? Probably. Where is everyone here? I can hear... I wish you guys could hear this. I hope you guys can hear this. But as I walk past each one of these statues, I can hear the sound of them turning to look at me. How did he safely get down here anyway? I really don't want this guy to jump down here or throw the tablet down.
Do not come any closer. Who are you?
I'm Maticus. Who are you?
I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greco-Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors.
I see. I see there where this is going. But yeah, I'm just looking for an Egyptian plaque.
To what end?
I want to return to the obelisk.
That is welcome news. You really are not Greco-Roman, are you? I was planning to
That's a
return
tough
myself,
question.
but for now, I must remain. Here, take it and restore the honor of Osiris.
I mean, you could consider Americans to be distant cousins of the Romans. A plaque bearing the hieroglyphic inscription, Osiris, Lord of Silence. I'll take that. Thanks.
Now, as for the other plaque.
Other plaque?
Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was.
May I have it?
You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it.
Let me guess. It's an even older plaque that causes the Egyptian side of you to be upset that you weren't the first?
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie.
There we go. How so?
I will tell you. But first, do you know what this place is?
The Duat?
Indeed. And I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. And here is
what do you mean,
I
which
have
game,
learned.
Thomas? The
As
Forgotten City?
Egypt declined, and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for
the one I saw on the ground. I forget its name. I'll look it up and drop it in Discord.
My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew.
All right, so which civilization did you conquer? It's the Egyptians. You would have been contemporary with the Babylonians / Chaldeans. I think you would have been contemporaries with the Assyrians.
It is inscribed with a script
Yeah, I don't know who you would have.
It is ancient.
Usurped.
Almost as
Sumerians,
if
perhaps?
it is older
Maybe
than the
Sumerians.
plaque bearing Osiris's name. But
Was it
if that
Senate?
is
Thomas
so,
asks. It may have been.
would
I'd have to look it up.
imply
Well, we both know how
gods
bad
of
I am with
Egypt
names.
Are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us. And that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
What does the inscription say? I know you were saying.
Never know.
Can't read it.
This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Please don't. Stop. I need that. Stop. I need
You are
that.
too late. It is done.
Venture beneath the Egyptian underworld. Oh, I wish you hadn't done that.
Could not have gone any other way. It was Osiris's will. Now, the thing of evil you sought is gone. Why are you still here?
Anyways, what's
I
your
am
story?
from
How'd you die?
Narcotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city.
Yeah, he was a
Greeks
fisherman
built
like his
overnight.
father. I'm going to kind of move
Since the
through this
Romans
quickly because
had
I want to get to
taken
the
over
Egyptian
from the
underworld area.
Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried
Hey,
to help.
got to
I
safety with
gathered
your father
terrified
on the
my
Tiber.
7th trip.
Oh, you were
A
helping people. Good for
passenger
you.
demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself.
And tried to
And he
bribe you by
tried to
placing a
bribe
coin
me
in your
by
hand. Look at
placing
that.
a coin into my hand.
Ooh.
When I refused, he drew a dagger.
That wasn't very
and
thankful of
thrust it
him.
between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress.
Okay, we know this
It did
part.
not dawn on me until much later.
Okay, so do you know a way out of here?
This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered,
I mean, that's pretty noble of him.
Or
I can get behind that sentimentality.
I think if someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me. For I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the
Ma'at?
doer to
Ma'at?
make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods.
Matthew wants to go to the Egyptian underworld. What a weirdo. Man, I am a weirdo for a lot more things than that.
I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All
Could be,
I know
could
is
be.
it would be unwise to venture down there.
That just makes me want to go down there even
Is
more.
everyone so contrary where you are from? Do not even consider it.
I'll be going now.
Be gone from the... Wait.
Oh,
You
definitely.
would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
I'll find a
We
way.
shall see.
Geronimo! A plaque bearing a cuneiform inscription, Nergal, the Fierce One. I'll take that. Alright, what do we got here? Where's my flashlight? I'd like to know where I am. And what sort of creatures will be coming after me this time. Yeah. Shifty noises, shifty noises. So yeah, you could definitely argue that America is a distant cousin of Rome. Rome certainly expanded out to Britain in its heyday, and the British people, a lot of them definitely came to the Americas. One might say that they were the kind of the main people who came here. I guess it depends on which area you're talking about. John and Margo saying, knock over some giant statues to escape. It worked for Andy, exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what you ended up doing. And I wrote a set of barricades. Looks like these Sumerians, well done, John, were trying to defend themselves. I'm very much waiting for whatever undead creatures are down here to start rushing me. In fact, I might as well just get the bow out. Thankfully, I turned the gamma up, or else this would be a really dark section of the game. Guess I don't want to go swimming in the nasty water over there. Fair enough. Can I jump over the barricade? Would I get hurt on the barricade? I think in real life I would. But it looks like it doesn't care if I climb it here. Hey, Lancers 737. Look hard enough, you may find Indiana Jones 5. You might. Did I miss something over here? I must have. Yes. A corroded a corroded brass plate with Sumerian markings on it. It appears to be a pressure plate for some kind of trap. Well, I will definitely be stepping on that in just a minute. Let me explore this place a little bit further. Then you better believe I'm gonna step. Like, look how many golden people there are. These people are still alive, forever frozen in time. Conscience of everything. Just millennia down here. That's gotta be maddening. I'm not surprised when you take their golden skin off that you go crazy. Remember to save? Good point. And we'll save here real quick. And I think I just did a full circle. So yeah, let's go ahead and step on this. Oh my goodness! Pay attention, me. Do you see? I was spaced out so much, I missed the giant boulder coming for me. Oh, that was hilarious. John, I called it Indiana Jones. Okay, so this should be causing the water level to rise, right? Do I have to have more than one? Oh, wait. I'm stupid. Which I know no one's surprised to hear that, but I didn't come full circle. Look, there's the other pressure sensor over there. Do 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 do.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not
Oh, come
a
on,
prediction.
Kabash.
That was a promise. You will die here.
There's no need for this to end in violence.
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed?
Just hear me out. Also, you said you wouldn't be breaking the golden rule. Are you a liar?
Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
Look around, man. This is a bit of a long con, if it's a con. Okay, if something can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth. There's no shame in building on the works of people who came before you. I'm just trying to replace all the plaques taken from the desecrated obelisk. I'm gonna try the top one. If something can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed. Oh, that's not the best thing to say to a guy who's on the edge already. There's no shame in building on the works of people who came before you.
That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names?
Ooh, harsh. Wouldn't have made any difference. I don't think the gods answer anyone's prayers. I suppose it does. If gods exist, isn't it possible they each have more than one true name?
Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of
And yes,
many
Thomas,
names.
Matthew will insult his gods and is bad at deceiving people, so rip
The
Matthew.
underworld of my people is so different to this one, and so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now,
Really,
I ask
without
myself,
sin, no one would
our
pass
priests
that standard, man.
steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience?
Probably, but you can blame your priest for that, not me. Isn't being a good person a worthwhile pursuit in and of itself?
I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
Even if your beliefs about the afterlife weren't quite accurate, isn't the important thing that you're motivated to live good lives? If you were only good in life because you expect a reward, were you really a good person? Ooh, harsh, but yeah.
Now you insult me and all of my ancestors.
But bad
You
choice.
have...
Wait, if you attack me, you'll break the golden rule.
Good. I welcome it. I can only hope one more...
Okay, well, I kind
The
of...
many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I mean, is anyone surprised that I screwed that up? Is he still chasing me? Oh, he's still chasing me? Are you kidding me, man? Well, I'm gonna reload, so I do kind of want to run around real quick. Oh, the temple is flooding. Neat. John, yep, there's the insult. I thought for sure that wouldn't be insulting. Like, okay, honestly, I am not the best individual when it comes to not saying the wrong thing. I do often kind of get social cues completely and utterly wrong. But I didn't think that'd be that insulting. Like, hey man, think about it. I was curious if I broke both of them, if that alone would be enough to flood this area, or if they're just trying to warn me. I feel like they're trying to give me two chances here. Like, hey, really don't step on the plate in the next room. Because sure enough, the moment I did, the place flooded. Alright, let's try this conversation again.
When I told you that you
John said you said he didn't think it was a good person. He didn't think that was an insult. So I honestly thought what I would do is get him to recognize that him being good wasn't was a reward in of itself. I didn't think he'd think I was trying to insult him here. Okay, no shame. This seemed like it was a good path. More than one name. Isn't worthwhile. Okay, so now I'll try the top one.
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point?
Are you going to abandon a lifetime of good character now that it matters most, just because you found out you're misled?
You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
All right, thanks, Kabosh. Now, I will not be stepping on the giant diadem, giant disc, booby trap. Let's just avoid that, yeah? I have no idea where he is. Where is this guy? As he yells down at me. Can I actually avoid this area? Yeah, good. I could avoid the trap. Neat to see how the Sumerians are different from the other hunters. No exploring off map. Rats. Alright. So did I actually get it? Where is he? Oh, that's why he wasn't attacked. So can I have it?
You again.
I'll be going.
Of course.
Peace. Alright, very good. Very good. So where did I end up? I'm really curious about this. Oh, okay, this is where I ended up. Right back where I started. 2 more plaques to go. Yeah, we are moving right along with this. I'm liking this twist. Now, if I can just find my way out. Talk to Plato again. Yeah, I don't care about that one.
Ah, you've returned.
Can I have that plaque? No.
Good to see.
I'll be going now.
Enjoy.
Alright, so now I'm gonna go out this way. If I can move. Oops. What is that comment above John's? Thomas says. I read your Thomas. I read both. Remember to save, and Matt will insult his gods and is bad deceiving people. So rip. I read both of those. If there's another one, I don't see it. I'm not ignoring it. I literally don't see any other comments besides those, Thomas. Oh, that's a comment from Restream in the stream. Yeah, Restream was... I don't know why they congratulate that, but anytime we get 100 chats in the stream, it sends out a congratulatory note, which is kind of weird to me. but they do it. Let's talk to Dooley. I think he's the next one I need to talk to. Have I talked to...
Salve.
Yeah, he's pissed at me. I'm not going to talk to him. Where is our humble Chatty Cathy? There you are. Looking for a Greek tablet.
Hello again. And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto. Persephone,
Right.
Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from?
Look, man, do you know
At
where
first,
the
I
plaque
pull
is
my
or
hair
not?
out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Romana. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plaque you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dooley. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes
More
shiny
racism
things,
for Matthew. The Greek should know
especially
where
those
the
that
Greek
once
plaque is. The
belonged
game
to my
told me to be
people.
racist like that,
And
though.
besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
Let me go
I
now.
hope that our paths cross.
I wonder if I can get... Cincius to release Dooley now that I know his secret.
Hello? Hello? Do you like it?
Like the,
It's shiny,
Greek
innit?
plaque in your cell.
It makes me happy just looking at it.
Can I have it?
But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad.
Oh gosh, really? What's it gonna take for you to give it to me?
Well, if you get me out of here, then
I gotta get
would,
you out? Okay. Perhaps if we had a new magistrate.
like, hilarious.
So all I need to do is persuade everyone to vote for Galerius?
Yeah, Galerius will let me out.
Alright, I'll be going
Okay.
now. I think I've already messed things up for this timeline, so I'm gonna need to reset in a second. Let's see, I need to... who is the next one I need to talk to about? I've gotten the... I've gotten the Egyptian plaque, and I've gotten the
Isn't the great temple
Sumerian
majestic?
plaque. Who would have the Roman plaque?
Ave again. Certain.
I've heard some more whispers.
Has she told you?
Oh, okay. Blah 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 blah.
As I met
Persephone.
If the prop
Come on. Oh. I have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Who knows? But first, the problem. It look if you could.
There we go. Where
It's
can you
the
tell me
tower
about the
of-
obelisk?
however-
Greek, Egyptian, mystery. Wait, what about the Roman?
May fortune.
Is the Roman plaque still up there? Maybe the Roman plaque is still up there. That must be what it is. I think at this point the only thing I can do is reset the timeline. I think I've messed things up so much. I was supposed to talk to
Don't believe a word they tell.
Aurelia, but I really made her mad in this timeline, so she's not talking to me.
Galerius?
Vote
Horatius?
for Malleolus
Looking a bit
for a
troubled
free
there.
drink at my... Oh, you're here. And, there's a lot...
Oh, I guess I didn't mess it up. Anyway, not
Oh,
interested.
I see.
Here,
You
nobody
prefer
saw
the
it coming.
company of
Anyway,
men.
I thought you
Maybe you
stoics
should go
weren't
and make
supposed to worry
friends with
about things you
Virgil
can't
instead.
control.
I take back what I said. Let's just...
So there is no way to do
What if she's
anything except piss her off.
Waiting
Certainly.
to be found?
Let's talk about something
Sounds
else.
like you're torturing yourself.
I'll be
Alright.
going now.
Gods, try to relax, get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Okay, not gonna be able to talk to
suppose you're
you.
You stay away from my money.
Steal.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Take that.
Does not know how to die well.
And peace out. That's fine. Ouch. Right in the back. Well, I guess I'll just chill here for Centilius to show up. Yeah, John, there is nothing you can do to please this woman. Everything you do just makes her mad. Thomas, she thinks Matt likes men. Yeah. It's kind of bigoted of her. Assume the only option for someone not being attracted to you is because you like a dude. That's
Salve, friend.
okay. The golden rule is going to be broken soon. I need you to quietly get everyone except Cynthia's ready to run into the upper cistern when the ground starts. What?
Oh.
I might think about that in a minute. So take care of that. Rufus has been threatening. I need you to stop Fabia. Take care of that. That's it.
I'll
Go as fast as you
But once
can,
I'm
my
done,
friend.
I'll need you to tell me how you know.
Fly. Fly. Oh, that's great. I love it. Let's do the zip line. John DeMarco, yeah, get to work, Glarius. I have like 5 things for you to do now. Okay, let's go and start
Keep an eye
by
out for
talking
Santilla,
to
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm
Melius's wife. I think she's going to be the key to getting him to withdraw. And the Galerius just does it. He is that cool.
You're not so.
Can we talk? How'd you like some help getting back at Melius? I don't think he is who he says he is.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that?
Just a hunch.
You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case,
you know, we never
the
found
name
out
he
why she
got
was crying.
wrong was his own. I confronted him about it.
I mean, there's
and
clearly
he
something
stammered
going
through
wrong with their
some
marriage, but she's never
incoherent
actually told
response.
us why she's
I
crying.
let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
I'm a good guy.
Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that. I love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
What's that, Claudia? What do you want?
I want you to bring me some wine.
Oh,
Just
I got like
one
5
small
bottles of it.
should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out?
Why do you want wine?
Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counseling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here.
Oh, yes,
He said it was for my own good.
that would
and that my
make
drinking was
sense
unbecoming of a lady,
about why
let
you're
alone the
crying
wife
then.
of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it.
Okay, all the questions I had. Here's the wine. Do you need more than one
Thank
bottle?
you.
I actually have quite a bit.
Here's the letter.
Quintius to beloved Claudia. For a time I despaired at the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life, but then I met you and discovered that as long as I am with you, I am exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I will perform a grand gesture in your honor. I will become the city's magistrate so that I may govern with wisdom and strength with you by my side. Gonna blackmail, gonna
Perhaps
blackmail.
you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
According to this bounty letter from Emperor Nero, he's a person who started the fires in Rome last year.
He's... Oh no, that's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately.
Whoops.
Nobody else must know.
No. I'll hang on to this. Sure, you can have this one. I can always get another copy.
What? No. You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers.
I didn't lie to you.
It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down.
I'll be going now.
I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink. May this drag you to the depths. This is outrageous.
You enjoy that wine now. So I can hear them talking up there? Why do you look so happy? We're free, yay! Okay, Quintius, time for you to retire, man. You're gonna withdraw from the election.
Why would I...
I know, Quintius, your life gave me your love letter, and Nero wants you dead.
So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you... what? One of Nero's assassins?
John DeMarco, mendacious little Cetricus. That's an excellent insult. What is Stircus? No, I'm not, fortunately for you.
You're not going to kill me?
No! No! I don't want to trigger the golden statues again. Not if you withdraw from the election immediately and release everyone in debt bondage to you. Not if you withdraw from the election immediately.
Oh, so much work and
everyone's
money.
free.
Well, if I do it, you'll let me live?
I will. Absolutely. You gotta think about
Fine.
this.
Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal.
It means lying little
release
turd.
those two from debt bondage. There, you got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
All right. Awesome. Awesome. So now we can get Galerius to run for it. Oh, this is good. About time we got things going here. Where is Galerius? Might be in the cell block.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's...
Nope. Come on, where are you, Galerius? Oh, he's dead. We at least did that part already. He saved both the people from jumping off the cliff, so that's good. I can't find him.
Cerberus lifts his triple head.
I don't want to talk
and lets
oh,
out
hey,
his
maybe we can
threefold braying.
Talk to her now.
Would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron?
Oh.
You'll scare away my customers.
He's still going full on crazy.
Traits, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again.
Does he have...
You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Does he have a room in here? He does. He He had a poem. Yes, a love poem to an unspecified woman. Believe that. Did I look in his store? I didn't think he had a store. I thought he was a.
49 melodies fetched
I thought he was just a
again,
farmer.
with incessant but it.
I figured out.
Say
I know
it.
where we are. The underworld.
Then it is true. I was right.
You were.
I thought.
You are.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane.
I think you
I
might
had
have.
to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Why not?
I will do my best. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste
I wonder how
is
my
cold
character
and
died.
pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths.
We find out? Okay.
Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we
You
share
did
a secret.
great. Well done.
It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Good for you, kid. I'm not surprised I can't find Galerius. I only have him running all over the city. Here's 15 things to do. I hope you can get them all done. Now I just need to find where he's at. I guess I could put 2 of the tablets in their place. I'm assuming I don't have to get the tablets every single cycle. Usually things come with me. Oh wait, I messed up. I'm not in the right spot. I was supposed to go up back here. So I still wish there was a little more space to this world. Like, I've definitely gone to a few places now. The palace, the underworld, the underworld. Great stuff, not complaining. I'm glad they're there. I just wish that this main overworld area was a little bit larger. But if it was larger, maybe I'd be complaining that it was too hard to find people. You know, if you really need to find someone, maybe it would be very frustrating to have to search a huge area. Daniel's Hop always saying, Matthew, you've got to watch Scooby-Doo. Where Are You? Seasons 1 and 2. Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost, and Scooby-Doo on Zombie Train. I'm actually not a big Scooby-Doo fan. I know, sacrilegious, but it's just never been something that's interested me. So, there's 2. Oh, I already had the Roman plaque. Okay. That's why I didn't need to find it. I was really confused by that one. I guess Equita gave me the Roman one. Also, Daniel, I forgot to say it, but I did see your comment a while back ago
Salve.
about your friend who's building the time machine. The best of luck to them, but I'd also confess that I consider that to be a futile act. that time travel is only possible in a single direction, much like electricity through a diode. And here's this spot again, which I swear there's gotta be a way to get up into the palace right here. Surely there is, and I'm just missing it. Because, you know, I'm me. But I'm not going to waste forever trying to figure it out today. I did try to figure it out yesterday. It's just I don't want to actually
I hope you're coping.
I don't want to look up information online. I want to figure this out myself. Come on, Glarius, where are you? And on the toilets. You know, I never got his story because I pissed him off last time I tried to talk to him. So let's try this again.
Name's Rufius.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
I know the feeling. I lived through a pandemic.
You know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. Well, we're one bad decision away from being
Weren't there
wiped
vines
out.
there?
Like the last lot of
There were times I just didn't see them reaching down to the ground. Did I miss ones going down to the ground?
What's coming? Whatever that is.
And yes, well played game indeed, John.
Everyone for themselves.
Daniel, this is on the PC. I don't know if there's other versions of it, but the one I'm playing is on the PC.
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking?
Yes.
Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it.
I think you're right.
That doesn't help me.
Okay, I'm gonna be going now before I piss you off. No wait, I could have asked him where the Roman plaque was? I'm so lost right now.
Shiny.
How'd you do?
What 3 plaques did I have? I have the... Oh, maybe he... No, the Greek plaque is over here. Why would I be asking him about a Roman plaque? Whatever. Doesn't matter. Pretty sure I already got it. Yeah, I see you. Here I am, complaining about it being too small of a spot, and I can't even find this guy. An old scroll in which the author makes a case against the existence of the Golden Rule. The Myth of the Golden Rule by Duratus the Younger. As per custom, I shall begin by paying my respects to the god responsible for the city, for our continued prosperity and tranquil seclusion. He deserves our admiration, but here I must depart from custom, for his attempt at imposing strict rule upon us is oppressive and overreaching and deserving our contempt. Who among us has not awoken at night in a cold sweat, fearing some sort of accidental transgression of the Golden Rule? All of us must accept that we are all capable of error, whether from a momentary lapse in judgment or a conscious decision based on faulty reasoning. Yet the great threat, the sword of Damocles that I live under is, I believe, merely a deception, and I shall prove it to you. Let me begin by dismissing the counter-arguments. First, it may be argued that the inscription stating the many shall suffer for the sins of the one is evidence that the Golden Rule is very real, but that is logically unsound, for we cannot assume the writers knew any more than we did. That this message was inscribed does not make it true, any more than if I were to inscribe Duratus the Younger is a god. Second, it may be, how long is this? It may be argued that the statues in this place are the evidence that the Golden Rule is very real. You need not remind me of that. It is I who discovered them all around the city. It is I who collected them, placed them in a handcart, and placed them in the niches in which they sit today. I will not soon forget them, and yet I refuse to leap to the conclusions that they were once real people. There is simply no evidence to support this conclusion. When we read the story of Venus bringing Pygmalion sculpture Galatea to life, we do not believe it is true. Why should we make a different view here? But ultimately, these arguments are just that. After years of living in fear, there's only one way for me to prove that the Golden Rule is a falsehood, and that is through action. Friends, I apologize in advance for this, but one day you will see this moment as a turning point in our city's history. Let us see once and for all if this golden rule is real as I strike one of you with my fist. Whoops. There should have been someone right next to him. Right here. There should have been someone, like... because he struck someone, right? So we see he's repenting, but there definitely should have been like someone like sprawled out on the ground right next to him. Evidence that he had struck someone. Okay, I should check down by the fields. That's a logical spot for him to be. Just carefully, carefully. Nope, nope. There we go.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Let's see. I feel like I'm gonna have to bribe someone with the goose egg. Let's take that. Now I'm gonna save this because I want to see what happens when I shoot that donkey. Nice. I was curious if that would have broken the golden rule. Hey, there he is.
Salve again, friend. How is it
I'm reliving the same day over and over again. Sisyphus, how so? Go on.
Anyway.
Thank you.
Anytime now. Oh.
Now, I want you to run.
I saw you
what
slide
did I
down
call
that
it?
rope before. Very impressive.
Did I not call it a goat? What did I call it, John?
Strange,
oh,
too,
gosh.
since that device you used is... Oh, of course. It's because I already gave it to you in a previous time loop, isn't it? Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor?
What is it?
Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake.
I said donkey?
It's too
Wow.
steep to climb, so I hung
Wow.
a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only I, couldn't quite summon the nerve to use it. Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot.
I'll get right
All
on it, in
right.
fact. Like, I know that I said I want to get you, make you the mayor and whatnot, but I definitely want to help you get this flower so that I'm hoping you will try to woo this young lady that you're interested in. But I think I gotta use the zip line from up there, maybe? Priestess.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
I really thought shooting the goat, not donkey, would have triggered the statues getting mad. Okay, let's see. Do I know I'm zipline, but can I... Oh, okay, I gotta jump at the right time. This may take me a while. I'm gonna save at the top so I don't have to run up there every single time. No, wait, I didn't say he was a goat, John. I was trying to say that this was the greatest of all time donkey. I just got distracted in the middle of my sentence. I 100% did not mess up on the name of that animal. Right here. Pretty close. Pretty close. Not close enough, though. Help, I'm blind! Right here? Ah! I should be counting, like, the seconds out. Because this is a pretty precise thing they want me to do right here. Oh! Crap! Oh! Rats. Knowing that I can jump off the zipline now, something I'd never bothered to try before, I wonder if I can take one of the zip lines somewhere else and jump off at the right time. Like, this really opens up a realm of possibility if I could actually get my timing right. So let's see right here. Have I ever seen the Three Stooges meet Hercules? I have not, Daniel. I do like the Three Stooges, though. Can't I climb up it? I don't think so. I think the idea is that I'm supposed to zip line over it, jump off, and as I'm falling, grab the flower. I mean, I'll try it. I'll try it right now to see if I can't climb up it. I'd feel mighty stupid if all I had to do was climb up this. Wait, did I almost climb up this? Looks like I got some rebound physics going on, but no, I don't think I can climb up this. Maybe there's some other spot I could do? Okay, hold on. 1, 2, drop. Definitely too far. Oh, you're supposed to do this right. 1, 2. Not far enough. Does my speed change with every load? Gotta really screw this up. I'm not going crazy, right? Galeus asked me to jump off the zip line and get this flower. I think I'm letting go too soon. I mean, I'm obviously letting go too soon. So let's see if I let go like right after here. Oh, that was close. That was real close. It was right after the flower disappeared from view. Am I even in the right spot? I feel like I'm not even close to the right spot. This isn't working. Is there a way I can... Is there a way I can freeze something? Like maybe this tree? The water around me? I don't know. Let me try to talk to Galerius again, because this whole get the flower thing, I'm just missing it.
Salve again? No.
Oh, ever thought about running for magistrate yourself?
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way, but from what I hear, maybe that's not such a...
He withdrew.
He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running.
Okay, I'll be going now.
Friend.
Let's go ahead and save that. And let's look at my quest here. Obtain a flower for Galerius. Right there. Right where you can't ever hope to get it. Just like...
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Just like Tantalus, huh? Live with Matthew just saw a video, you need to zipline. That's what I was doing, right? Do I need to zipline the whole way, or do I need to set up a new zipline? That actually would make more sense if I had to set up a new zipline. Alright, let's see if we can't get her to vote for Galerius.
Sure.
Let's talk about something else. You know, way out of here. See, are you working out of a shrine? Why are you working out of a shrine?
This shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So
I had no idea that Apollo was supposed to be
kind of makes sense.
The god who gave diseases.
Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician. But she was the closest thing we had.
So yeah, Thomas, do I have to set up a whole new zip line, or was I on the right zip line?
Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it.
Oh, it's
But
definitely
I really
weird.
wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem. A real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering.
Okay, I've talked
He's
about this
become so
already.
I just... You did?
Willowbark.
I have...
Thank you. I'll take that.
Thank...
I guess
That's
she... Oh! She can't vote for anyone. She's a she. Ah. Way to pay attention, Matt.
Greetings and salute greetings. I'm
Okay, I know. I can ask you some questions. Who are you going to vote for?
Galerius. Did you know he saved the life of my young friend?
Awesome.
But of course,
I'll be
I
going.
hope
Let's talk to Virgil. Oh, by having Galerius do all this stuff, I'm setting him up to win, of course.
I hear we... Galerius, definitely.
Oh, I like
Nice to
this
talk.
twist. I like this a lot.
Salve.
I can probably bribe
Hello
him.
there, friend. Well, I'll take... Oh well.
Who are you going to vote for?
Senius, I suppose.
I'd like you to vote
Yeah?
for Galerius.
And what's he gonna do for me? He's nothing.
Would a gift change your
Certainly,
mind?
For a few thousand denarii.
Are you sure that won't break the golden rule?
Nothing illegal about it.
Fine,
Pleasure
here's
doing
3,000.
business.
I'll be going
Very
now.
well.
I thought for sure I could give him the golden eggs. Oh well. Doesn't matter. I am getting everything I want right now.
Shiny.
And I'm loving the way this is coming together. Election fraud. I'm just making use of my
Come on, friend.
my time traveling abilities.
Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to... Galerius, the farmer. He's a good man, but I think he's more valuable on the farm.
Olympus, he
than
saved
as
your
magistrate.
life.
Sentius. Galerius. All right.
Oh. Well, at least I changed that one vote.
What is it?
Who are you gonna vote
Not
for?
that it's any of your business.
Oh,
All
yeah,
right.
okay, fine. Horatius. Maybe. Surely Demetrius wouldn't vote for Sentius.
What now?
Oh, not going.
Whatever.
I will accept that. I'm gonna rub some salt on the wound right here and ask who Malaeus is voting for.
Leave me.
I can't. Fine. That would have been hilarious though. So who are you voting for?
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little snake?
Okay, so Tom is saying that he saw he had a release when you're about 60 meters away, so I'm on the right one. I'm just doing it at the wrong time. Sounds life accurate. We'll give this the old college try again. Which for me meant I'll try several times and then eventually give up after failing. Awesome! Thank you, Thomas. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I obviously should have been paying attention to the distance. If the speed changes each time, at least the distance would be the same.
Salve again? No.
Yeah, have that
Brilliant.
flower you wanted.
You did it! Well done. This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. Now I just have to figure out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible.
Hey man, what's
You
the worst
mean
that could happen?
Aside from her execution?
What?
See, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity. the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive.
Dang.
Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure.
Yeah, John, listen to Thomas.
So
great advice.
Kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do?
I think you should tell her how you feel. Full speed ahead and darn the torpedoes.
Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think maybe I need to be a bit more cautious. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time?
Yes, Galerius, I owe you a lot, so
now,
I will help you
All I
out.
need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved.
Smart man, do whatever the opposite Matthew says. Oh.
Thank you. Come back
That's
as quick
sweet,
as you can
I'll do it.
and tell me what she says.
Okay, Galerius. Let's see. Before I do that, however, I've got some questions. I want... You guys remember, there was a locked door in here. That if I came here... This way, turned right... There was this vine I could climb up. Now, at the time, I couldn't get past it. I wonder if I've gotten any additional keys. Or, I wonder if I could just jump over it. Hello. Why didn't I think of this before? Of course I can just jump over it. Still fresh. Oh!
The many shall suffer.
Shoot, I wasn't paying attention. Bread used to be something you could just take. My bad. Thankfully I saved right before I dropped down here. Wooden carving. So I cannot take this bread. We'll leave it. I am legit shocked right now. I never would have thought I'd get in trouble for taking a loaf of bread in this game. Now that was kind of devious. I appreciate that kind of deviousness in a video game. Yeah, John, I thought you were allowed to take the bread too. And that is exactly why I appreciate the fact that I couldn't take that piece of bread. Wait a minute. I've been here. This just takes me right back to the outside, doesn't it? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? So there was no point in everything I just did? Let's see, I was here. I came from this area. And these stairs. And I came this way. And there was the loaf of bread that I couldn't take. So I guess the only point of this spot is just to see the Christian shrine? True, Thomas. Maybe it was someone else's bread since it was partially eaten. Like communion bread. And I also found a bottle of wine over here. So they were having the Last Supper communion. I think that logically holds up. I just feel a little cheated. You know, I would have thought there would have been more here than just there's some fish stuff. A Roman plaque bearing the Latin inscription, Pluto, Father of Riches. I can take this without causing any problems. Maybe if I had taken that... Oh, key to the secret shrine. There we go. Maybe if I had taken that, I would have realized it was Pluto. Hey, yeah, now I'm running in circles, exactly. Okay. Moving along. Moving along. John saying I feel cheated, says the man who just bought someone's vote. It was legal though. Nothing cheating about it. It's part of the Roman system. Tried and true, long history. Anyone buying this?
That's quite an impressive bow you have. A new face. Oh.
Someone wanted me to give you this flower. Oh, I meant to go see if I could get
How lovely. It just happens to be my favorite.
I want to see if I could get the love note
do I have
that
to
he
thank
wrote
for
from
this?
Galerius. I'm supposed to tell you it's from a secret admirer and that they will keep their distance. They just want you to know your
I
love.
see. So, it's from Galerius then?
Smart woman.
Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world. But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort too, suspending that rope above
How
the
did he
lake,
suspend that
inventing
rope?
that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart.
So, what should I tell
Tell
him?
that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too.
Aww.
I hope so.
I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that. I'll be going
See you
now.
again.
So we'll tell Galerius what's up, and then we'll get the vote going. Oh wait, no. Once Galerius is, yeah, because he'll release Dulia, and then I can get the plaque. Yeah, we're moving along here.
Salve, no.
I delivered the flower for
What
you.
did she say?
She knew it was from you. She asked me to tell you that when she turns 36, she's allowed to marry, and then she loves you too.
Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You
Also,
have
you're
no
all dead.
idea how happy you've made me. I wish there was something I could do.
Oh,
to
I got the
thank you
achievement
properly,
matchmaker.
but
How fun.
I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in.
I'm listening.
In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest.
In the rock
Unfortunately,
tunnel.
one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the
Oh.
path, and I'm not game to move it.
Yeah,
if
I've
you
been
can
there.
figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way.
I'll be going
All
now.
right.
All right, so now I'm going to get the vote going, get Galerius elected, get the plaque from Dooley, and get to the temple. Okay, now we were talking about the vines over here, Thomas. So there are vines way up there, but I don't see anything down here that I could grab onto. Like I can duck down like that. But I can't actually, like I can't grab anything. Oh, I said I couldn't grab anything, then I started climbing. No, it didn't work. I thought maybe I was getting up right here, but no such luck. See, so I swear there's gotta be some way to make this jump. Like I would think that right there, I could grab it, maybe that ledge. There's nothing. It's driving me nuts, man. Like maybe if I could grab this and then grab onto that ledge, but I can't. I cannot do it. Here's a chest. I don't see any other. I don't see any other vegetation I could grab onto. And now I'm running in circles again. Oh no, yeah, I read that. Okay. Let's go get the vote going. Which I think coming here would be the quickest way to actually get the vote going. Hello.
Arve.
What's the status of the election?
It already happened. Did you miss it?
I guess so. Well, who won?
Arve.
Surely Galerius won. I think I rigged it enough for him, right?
Hello? Hello?
I guess I'll be going now. I completely missed it. Last time they made a big deal about it. Where? Maybe I could go to the magistrate's house? That might work. Surely Cynthius didn't win. Ooh, a little far on the drop there. My bad. I feel like only 2 people were gonna vote for him, and I had most of the rest of the town willing to vote for Galerius. Yes, the priestess. I'm working on it. I've rigged an election for you, disembodied voice. What more do you want? Tom's probably saying that you aren't meant to go up. I guess.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get right on that one. Darn it, Galerius, where are you? Are you in her house now?
Arve.
Who won? Who won?
Arve.
Is he in her house? Upstairs? I'm so confused right now.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Because I'm better than you. Oh, maybe he's at his home. Daniel wants to know, when do we see Zeus or Hercules in this game? I don't believe we ever will.
Fortune
there you are.
Smile on you, brother.
Did you win? Are you elected?
Salve again? No. All right, friend.
What happened? Maybe talk to the magistrate? Yeah, I guess I could try that.
Ave, we're finally alone. I must. Is that a? Seem.
I'd like you to read this duly.
Duilius? Perhaps you're not. Look, it was not here a privilege. The man has no self. I will. Thank you.
I am so confused. I guess the only thing I can do is start the timeline over again. I thought for sure I had rigged this enough to get him elected.
Wonder how much one of these statues is. Hello there, friend. Well,
I'll tell you where you can get your own. 5,000 denarii.
All right.
Sorry, don't trust you. You'll go and roll and deliver me not to borrow my process.
All right,
yes.
here's your money now.
I got 5,000 bucks from him. It's in the Shrine of Diana.
You what is?
I love that.
Don't even.
So,
citizen,
who won? Who won?
No, I don't. See you.
No one's talking about it. I guess.
Well, my hello. I hope that.
I guess Galerius lost, or else Dooley would be out of the prison.
Hello? Hello?
I like Greek plaque. Can I have it?
Like, what?
Don't worry about that. It's not a problem. So all I need to do is persuade everyone to vote for Galerius.
Yeah, Galerius will let me out.
I
Bye-bye.
guess I screwed it up. Well, yeah, I'm sure he would accept other options. It's just, I really want to do it the right way.
Bye-bye.
And for me, the right way was getting him out after Galerius was elected. Okay, well, I'm just gonna have to do it again. Fine. Where's someone I can break this rule for? Let's see. Someone I don't like. I'm sorry, did that not count?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Yes, John, rigging the election is the right way. There can be no other way for it to be done. Oh, shoot! One of the statue people is coming for me. That's unfortunate. I didn't think that one through. I got here too quickly. Okay, I'll move more quickly this time. Clearly I wasted too much time trying to get the flower. Hey, I'm a super looper now. I just got the achievement.
Salve, friend. You look...
What? Now I can have him do everything?
I'll go.
I can have him do everything! Oh, I don't have the flower marker this time. This is awesome. I'm just gonna blow some time waiting for Galerius trying to get the flower.
The 49 melodies fetch again.
Let's
with
see.
incessant justice, but
I figured out I know where you are. The underworld, you were. Sure. Alright. I like giving people their best possible outcome here, you know? And the virtuous man, I need to make him popular among the majority of the voters. I should have called the election. I think that's where I messed up. Oh no, that was too soon. I wonder where I saved last. I hope I saved right next to the flower right now. Okay, good. Nailed it. We'll take that. Although I don't technically need it. I mean, I just scanned 5,000 quid off that guy. Where is Galerius now? That's really the next thing I need to do. To make sure that he's ready to vote. Okay, Aquidia.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Yeah, it's lovely. Can we talk? Hello? Talk. Fine, I'll talk to her later.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Hey, Donnie Pearson, how are you doing? Thomas is saying best possible outcome, you dead lady. Oh, good. The assassin was taken care of. Let's see about getting you out of here.
Do you like, like, yeah.
Where are we going?
Bye-bye.
Donnie's saying he's A-okay, thank you. I'm doing well myself. I think we're about to get one of the better outcomes.
Statues is worth on the outside.
To help you treat it.
A treatment? Really?
Oh, look at Galerius doing a good job with everything.
God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank
John
you,
was saying she was praying, you jerk.
You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
I guess we're gonna follow Galerius around as he saves everyone's life. Can you even get into the house? I had to unlock it. There you go. Oh, no, he's gonna come out to you? Is that what's gonna happen here?
What now? I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded.
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Okay, now maybe this is what the tipping point will be. By having Galerius free Ulpius, now maybe Ulpius will actually vote for him. Rufius.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Iulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you.
Run, Galerius, run!
It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Iulia immediately.
Oh. There he goes again. Wow, he's fast. I can't keep up with him, Rufius. Are you done with everything?
Iulia.
Okay, now can we talk?
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free.
Just
Malleolus
like Apollo
just
and
released
Diana.
us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
So now who you gonna vote for, man?
Shalom, friend. Galerius.
There we go.
All right, friend.
I don't think I could have rigged this anymore at this point. Can I talk to any of them now? Can I talk to... No, she's still busy. Everyone's busy.
Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Okay. I feel like the game is stuck in race conditions. Like, we have to wait for these events to go out piece by piece.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
Okay, now can I talk to Galerius? Or he's waiting here for Quitta.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election.
And yeah, John, I think you're right. We have to wait for
Unless
all
any
the conversations to
new
finish.
challenges are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate.
I think this is where I messed up. I think I had to nominate. There we go.
I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius. That's your right. Citizens, The election will proceed.
Okay, now I can talk to him. Awesome.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible?
Reliving the same day over and over again.
Sisyphus, he was forcing Tantal. Oh.
Go on.
Anyway, so,
I have a feeling you do great, or even if you don't win, the next election will be here before you know it.
Oh, now, I'm going to keep your secret. Oh, and if our conversation...
That's hilarious. No, Galerius, get back here.
I saw you slide down that rope, and... Oh, anyway.
What do you need? I already delivered a flower to a quick on your behalf.
Well, do you think...
I have an identical flower.
Really? You already have it? This is going to make us... Whatever, but...
What's the worst that could happen? You should just tell her how you feel. Alright. That's sweet. Awesome. Now, quickly go back. Yeah, I know.
A new face.
Where is...
See you again.
Huh? What happened? Where's the prompt for the flower?
Ave again.
What?
It must be it'll be between cent. Why do you...
I'm so confused. I should have been able to give her the flower. Well, let's just jump ahead.
Why do you... As I said, I'm planning to hold it...
I just want to get it done and over with. Holding it early may prevent conflict between the voters.
Yes, I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
Do I have anything left? Nope. We're doing great. Let's go see this election that I totally didn't rig. Because I want to get Julie out of jail.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Where are we going to meet? We're going to...
Be careful who you trust.
Are we going to go to the quorum place? I bet so. Yeah, let's follow all these guys. They look like they know what's up. Oh wait, did I bribe him? I may have forgotten to bribe him. Shoot. I think I forgot to bribe him. Well, it is what it is. Is it too late? I think it's too late. Let's take a seat and wait. It might be 2 against and 1, 2, 3, 4, 4? Or are people arranged where they're going to vote?
We have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 voters.
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy.
So I think we got 1 vote, maybe 2 votes for Sentius and 4 votes for Malleus, I do believe.
Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Yeah, I forgot to bribe him. I would have preferred 5 to 6.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus.
Well, that's cool. I would have preferred for it to be 5 out of 6. I mean, honestly, I would have preferred to find some way to get Horatius to go for Galerius. Like, find some way
This isn't something I ever
to make it
wanted.
unanimous. That would have been
Now that
great.
you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here.
Magistrate Galerius.
Move
Very
along.
cool. How you feeling, Sentius?
We're finally alone. I must... Is that a... Seems...
What happens now that you're no longer magistrate?
Nothing really. It won't be long before the golden rule is broken and everything will be reset. I dare say it won't affect me in the slightest.
I better get
Thank
back to it. Jerk.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
Yay!
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe
I
you
do
can
want.
help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he
I
died.
swear I've gotten it.
But
Wasn't it just
before
the
that,
cash?
He told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious.
What was
He
it?
gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very precious way up high. Please help me find it.
All right, I'll help you.
Thank you.
So now I got a key. Awesome. The key to the upper cistern is below the great temple. The entry around there. It must be around there somewhere. Interesting.
Oh, look over there. Maybe
Something shiny's a treasure.
I could see it.
Hades, Lord of Many.
So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open.
Oh no, is he really gonna trigger this?
Maybe no one will mind if I
No way!
take it.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
That is hilarious. I legit can't believe that this is what happened. But I love it. I love it. I mean, who would have thought that he actually was that big of a threat to everyone? That he would instantly rob someone. They would steal it. Oh, that's great. I didn't see that coming. I thought surely this will be the best version of the time loop. It turns out no. It turns out no.
Some? Well,
Here we'll
Yulia.
save them.
Poor
Do
book.
that.
All right.
Do that. Do that.
I'll
See ya. Oh, I enjoyed that quite a bit. Not gonna lie. Yeah, time for some more exercises, Galerius. So I can also unlock the door to the cistern, which I guess we already know what's in there. The daughter, Centilla, she's in there. I mean, I'll go ahead and open it, but I'm pretty sure we all know who's in there. Running. Save here. Yeah, unlock. Unlock. There you go. I don't care. Can I unlock this? Still can't unlock that. And yeah, there's a great treasure up there. It was the girl. But I've already done that ending, so we're just gonna leave. See you later. Makes me feel a little bit jerkish, but not too much. I mean, I've certainly been a bigger jerk. But that was one of the last things I had to do. I wonder if I'm gonna hear her weeping for the rest of this run. Okay, there we go. 4 plaques. Oh, speak his name. It'd be cool if the microphone was listening right now and literally would wait for me to say Pluto or Hades, and then it would open up. Oh, which one I'm gonna say? The fierce one, Lord of Silence. Let's go with Nergal. I have to do all of them, don't I? Hades, Osiris, and Pluto. Okay, so I had to figure out all 4 of them, which I guess obviously I would know it simply by virtue of the fact that you can't get in here. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I wonder if there's an order I was supposed to do this in. So there's the Egyptian one. Thomas says, get ready for 25 minutes of talking. Are you serious? Let's see, I'm in the Egyptian one, so I'm going to say Osiris. And this is the Sumerian one. Say Nergal. I'm going in reverse order. This seems extremely high-tech all of a sudden. What the heck is going on?
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your life.
Yeah, John, this isn't what I expected either.
And what
Daniel's Hot Topic is saying, I'm so excited to see George Clooney and Chris O'Donnell may return as Batman and Robin. We'll see.
But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity.
John, it's a gold!
Ask what you
will. What's your story?
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know?
You're a god?
It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals.
Are you an alien? Am I literally in an Indiana Jones movie?
My ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful. just as you might seem so to an insect.
I think I'm literally in Indiana Jones now. I just need a crystal skull. Why do you look and sound like a man?
My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
Yeah, Daniel, I did not know there were going to be aliens either. I mean, I'm kind of going on a limb here, but I'm assuming. Can I see your true form?
No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that.
All right, all right. So, who's the woman on your left?
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Persephone.
She kind of looks like Jin Karen.
Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
Can I talk about her whispering?
Your gaze lingers too long.
Sorry. Who's that on your right?
That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumu-Tabal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, to make their transition as seamless as possible.
So how does the coin
she earned herself the infamous,
come in?
if erroneous,
Like, how does that come into play?
The ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions.
Let's talk about something else.
As you wish.
What is this place?
It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago.
What was the wager you made?
That is a long story.
Is it that humanity could last for a long time and not break the golden rule?
You see, long ago, my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves.
And yes, Daniel, he did say that our gaze lingers too long. He is definitely jealous.
Disease. Yet Persephone saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered.
Not just jealous, but like insecure in himself.
So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time, you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion.
It was called Star Trek Discovery.
Soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world.
Definitely aliens.
Utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable.
So didn't see this coming.
But my Persephone could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Persephone's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement.
Why?
Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium. and no exceptions would be made.
It's a bit of a reach to say that she was human at this point.
He proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows.
Here we go.
If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind.
Ooh, sorry for what I've been doing the past, like, 11 cycles now.
Without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime.
Have you ever thought about just becoming human and live a single life with her?
Still waiting.
Thanks a lot, Matt. We can't go to paradise because of you. You can't go to paradise like 11 times over because of me. So, who are your kin?
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina.
Was Proserpina, was she really a god though? She was like, any one of the minor ones, I guess.
As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I
don't think water literally, you know, cleanses sins. It's more of a symbolic act.
They were replaced.
You realize that, right?
Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans.
Yeah, I should have been named Adam.
All the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
Okay, so how do you decide who comes here? What's with the coin?
To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived.
Okay.
As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Opal.
I dare saying, how can these aliens give up their immortality? Why would they? No one wants to grow old. I wouldn't want to be immortal. In fact, I don't mind growing old.
No way of knowing
it's being young that I couldn't stand.
From the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Proserpina's along with it.
So how did humans learn about the underworld? And yeah, Thomas, you would never want to be immortal.
One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer and a troublemaker. To be rid of him,
John's saying he wouldn't want to live forever in this world.
On the condition that
and what about the Earth,
his
though?
Memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh. These words twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, And in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus.
Oh, I see, John. What do you mean you don't want to live forever on Earth? I gotcha.
Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt,
but they
Greece
died.
to Rome,
I guess he brought him back to life.
Told each other stories about this place, though each story contained
so he must have brought us back to
truth.
life. I mean, I maybe I was talking when he was talking about that. Maybe they're just yada-yadaing over it, but it must be that when you have the coin on you, it's not just that the ferryman gets you, but they actually reanimate you at that point.
Of course. That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
Why turn people into gold?
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were
yes, Daniel, I have seen Bruce Almighty.
Both were beautiful. And both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her
What about
disposal.
Evan Almighty? I'm not.
She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover.
I'm not sure if
gold.
I've seen Evan Almighty.
And when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below.
Oh, yeah, definitely not.
And I decided...
Might be just as accurate as Noah.
I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new
Wait,
wave.
that logic doesn't hold up. That the entire city was tainted because of one person.
And all who came
Like
after
that's not how it
lined
works.
the halls
The
of
city, from that point, just has to go a year to win the bet.
suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, as silent golden sentinels.
Valor Omega is saying, I wouldn't mind immortality if I could travel through the universe. It would never be boring. You know, it might. It depends on how fast you could travel. Like, if all you could do is travel at sublight speeds, you could eventually see everything, but it would take you a long time. And thanks for letting Salty know, Thomas. So kind. Daniel's saying, I'd love for that to happen. If God have a copy of his power to me, what wonderful things I would do for myself and others. First, I'd create a perfect mate for myself. Well, Daniel, I often say that the way to find the quote-unquote perfect mate, which there's no such thing, we're all flawed people, but I get the sentiment. To find that perfect mate for you is to be the perfect mate, to be the most perfect version of yourself possible. That it's unreasonable to want that beauty star person if you're not going to put forth the effort to be, the beauty star man as well. So you're responsible for destroying all these lives?
I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you
do you though?
disobey,
You got a
and you
really
always
vague
disobey,
rule set here.
You force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
Where do the golden bows come from?
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts.
Thomas, make me a good computer, Daniel. I don't think he actually got to copy and paste
As my collection
Aditi's
of golden
powers.
statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They
Oh
became
wow!
known simply
So they're actually other people. They're not just automatons. Automatons. What do you consider sin? Why don't you have it written down?
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover
wait a
all
minute.
possible scenarios.
If each person
This
needs
should come as
to
no surprise
figure it out on their own,
since
why
the
didn't
core
you
principle
give
has been expressed
why didn't you
in
give Julie a
many
break
forms
for
by
being mentally
many
impaired?
civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
No, it's not curious at all. We're flawed people. It sounds like you haven't been upholding it either.
Enough. You clearly know nothing.
How do you know when people sin?
I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes.
Valera 1 is Omega is saying not just one universe, but visit multiple universes and from different time frames. I think it would be fun watching different races evolve as time goes on. Yes, insult the god, Matthew. Daniel's saying, I would create a cool girl for myself who does karate, who loves to go to Comic-Con, and someone I can come home with, play GTA, and watch Star Wars with. Well, do you do karate? I mean, if you want the girl to do karate, are you out there exercising yourself, getting yourself to peak performance, and learning karate? Because that's going to be the best way to find that girl. You're like, she's not just going to drop in your lap. Are you going out there and finding her yourself?
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
No reason. Yeah, no reason.
Then what an odd question.
What do you consider sin? I know I've already asked this, but I want to try asking the other.
Even for you.
Okay. I've seen some terrible things here that you didn't consider sin. How could you let that happen?
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations? Or are you going to give me an example?
Suicide?
I have seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it.
Oh, they are extremely
Therefore,
affected by
it cannot be
it.
said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others.
No, they have 100% done things to other. I disagree with that.
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
No, of course not. Never mind.
Now tell me, what...
A scam.
Ah, the tavern keeper, yes? How is that inconsistent with the rule?
She wouldn't want someone else to sell her hemlock if she thought she was buying a means of
I
escape.
disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would
Well,
expect.
wait, so you're just saying it's
She
all...
would view it as a game.
As long as you don't view it as a bad thing, it's alright?
Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree.
You're literally saying, like, as long as I'm okay with someone doing it to me, then it's not going to trigger... Yeah, doesn't it make it inherently subjective and unreliable?
Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man.
And you think you know the minds of other people?
Supposing you're...
I'm right and you know
your
it.
desire to be right, you will make a fine.
I only get to do one or two things. Enough talk, I'm going to end this.
Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon?
You may be immortal, but your beloved isn't.
How dare you threaten her? This ends now.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What? Did I get it? Follow Cincius back to the shrine and use his portal again?
Impossible.
So, did I do it? Am I doing the right thing? I don't feel like I'm doing the right thing here. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna bounce at this point. No point waiting here any longer. Yeah, I got the crown. Suggest I run. I agree. I very much think I should be running. Running, running, running. Ah, no, leave me alone. I'm too young to die. Ah! Oh no! Okay, it's just loading. Open, 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 open. Oh gosh. I went the long way. What have I done? Oh, Matthew Bennett, you idiot. Yeah, nice going. Okay, yeah, maybe I pushed it too far there at the end. Ouch. Oh, I gotta come back even? No, 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 no. Oh, I've done messed up now. Oh, I died by falling. Lovely. John saying that's what my psychologist says. She says that a girl who goes karate may want a guy who does karate, but I'm disabled, so I can't. If I get hit, I could die from one hit. How hard do you think they're going to be hitting you, Daniel? You like it. First of all, most of the time you are not allowed to do a full contact sport thing. Most of the time that is extremely not allowed. Second of all, when you do full contact, typically the way they do it is to be padded, so you're really not going to be in trouble for doing karate. All right.
This you will
skip through all this real quick.
That you with Mike. We began
all that talking and you just died. Yeah, don't insult him.
And then it was, but he human. It's it in my and so it is.
Quick, look away, Matt. Who are your kin? Tom's saying no. You messed up. I know.
Of course.
I couldn't stand. I just can't stand bad logic.
All the hair draped.
Going bows. No reason. You consider sin. Not as easy to apply as it sounds.
You plant.
How about debt bondage?
And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed.
Okay, we're back up to where I was.
Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. This is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from?
It's customary to take a loan to buy a house, and in some places to pay for an education.
I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt?
It depends. Typically decades, sometimes their entire life.
I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years.
Not the same thing.
Now tell...
Experiments on the golden statues. That is pretty messed up.
How is that inconsistent with the rule?
Daniel's saying what I meant was when I was born premature. I was born in 5 months and needed a colonoscopy. They barely managed to put me together. If I get hit in the tummy, I will bleed out and die.
The rule is do unto others, meaning
I'm gonna trust you on this. It seems like
or something else now. Bloodless shadows.
It seems like
they are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern.
It would have healed up a bit since then, right?
Now tell me.
Abduction?
You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the cistern, I take it. He did so because
John,
he
he's
sought
got a
to
point.
escape.
I feel
The
like
sin
it's...
I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping.
I feel like there's some nuance they're missing there on the 30 years of bondage.
City to punish her. Wouldn't you agree?
Fair enough,
Now tell
fine.
me.
Suicide. Seems literal. No, of course not. Scam. You want to want someone else. You can't know. Does not make it inherently subjective. No, of course not. It's no wonder people say the gods are cruel, and this just shows how unreliable and subjective your moral code is, and you're no better at judging right from wrong than any human.
Do you honestly think you could do better?
No, but that's my point. Nobody's grasp of right and wrong is so perfect they can be trusted with all this power. You become a tyrant.
I should strike you down for that.
Tyrant!
Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning?
Talk about something else. Apparently that's all the questions I had.
Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared.
Valor 1 Omega. Don't insult a god. One must be a god first.
Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
You brought me. I'm from the future.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone.
Daniel wants to know, is this guy the boss of the game?
How did you come to be
He's just one of the endings.
Who brought you here?
We cannot know.
Let's see. I was hoping you could tell me. I came here on my own. I was hoping you could tell me.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago.
Oh, good. You can't tell when I'm lying. I mean, yeah. Shouldn't you know this as the god of the underworld? I guess that means you don't know everything that goes on here. I'll say the first one. That's less insulting, I think.
Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
I'd like you to put an end to the golden rule. I just want to get out here. I'm here to kill you. I'm here to kill you. I just want you to put an end to the golden rule.
Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called golden rule?
If you're doing this for love, you should know that postponing the... Oh, harsh. How can you expect us to live without sin if you can't do it yourself? The golden rule is corrupting the city and ensuring you'll never win the wager. I'm gonna go with corrupting the city and ensuring you'll never win the wager.
How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
Rufius has become so paranoid that he's jumping at shadows like Virgil's sexuality. Arilla is exploiting people with desperation to escape by selling them hemlock. Malleus has trapped people in debt bondage by convincing them that rebelling would break the law. How about this one?
He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one.
And this one...
I have grown disturbed watching.
I guess I have to say all of them.
His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. Pathetic. You will need to do a lot better than that.
Okay, how can you expect us to live without sin?
That is a very serious accusation.
Didn't you abduct Persponia? Oh!
I am well aware of the story.
Yeah.
Greeks and Romans.
You totally did that.
So-called abduction. It is entirely unfair. My love was dying, and I intervened the only way I could to save her
Later,
life.
Cinnabon Bunny. Catch you another time. But didn't she choose to die? Yeah.
It was an act of rebellion against the others. She knew I would have to act to save her, and I did because I loved her. I love her still. Accordingly, I reject your argument.
You've trapped people here in the city against their will.
These people.
I mean, yes, they're all dead,
when
but
my servant found them. I gave them a second chance at life. Would you prefer to have simply ceased to exist?
Yeah. Maybe.
Then you still have the option to end your life should you wish, and you are no worse off than if I had not intervened. Accordingly, I reject your argument.
You've given terrible punishments to hundreds of people, some for minor sins, and some who committed no sins at all.
Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their...
And yeah, Daniel, this is extremely intellectual alien race.
They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them.
See, where I'm from, collective punishment is considered one of the most egregious crimes there is. Disagree? If our position were reversed, you wouldn't want me to punish you for the sins of other people.
Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal.
No, you're not a
Why
god.
would
You already told us that people just gave you that moniker.
You are not a
You're an alien race.
You are not a respected.
You're an interloper.
Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man?
A little bit.
Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators?
Well, no.
Do you give them rights?
Yeah, I give them the right to life as long as they come into my home. I certainly don't drag them into some test chamber and do, you know, murder them in cruel ways. If I have to kill them, I do it quickly and humanely. I don't drag it out like this.
Of course not. Because that would be absurd. Just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals.
Yeah, but you don't have to treat us as cruel. Your kind of mind can be so different given that you're in love with one of us.
My love for her does not mean I am not superior, now that she is mortal.
That sounds arrogant. Perhaps you're not as different from humans as you think.
Bah! For a moment, I thought you might have been building to a...
Okay, fine. Let me see if I can't bring this to a point.
Let me... Do you... Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands.
I'm getting him mad again? I'm not trying
Which
to.
time we accumulate
He's just not thinking this
vast
through.
wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine.
So, I mean, that's technological superiority, but you're talking about moral superiority.
It would be most unwise to get ideas about attacking me.
Perish the thought. Perish the thought. I was just asking.
Because that is the source of our power over you.
So you think you're not obliged to treat us fairly because you're more powerful than us?
You could say that.
What was it the Roman Stoics said? Treat your inferior as though you'd want your superior to treat you?
My kin have no superiors.
But didn't you say Jupiter was your leader? There's a hierarchy within your kin.
That is true. Go on.
So are you treating humans the way you wanted Jupiter to treat you?
Make your point, mortal.
I'm saying if you can't follow your own rule, how can you expect humans to?
Let me ponder that for a moment. If you are right, then it would follow that all this time I have been in the wrong. But
yeah, who am I to judge how he thinks? I'm just some random bloke.
It grieves me. How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster?
You're not a monster, you're human, and you made a mistake.
Wait, what? What are you saying?
Humans make mistakes, it's in our nature. All humans have a tendency towards sin. We all do it sooner or later.
You have spoken eloquently. And yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning.
Yeah, Daniel, the Greeks came before Romans.
Precipita's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that?
Maybe he made a mistake too. Maybe he wanted you to abandon the wager so Persephone would be free from you. Maybe he felt threatened by you and didn't want a potential challenger in Elysium. Perhaps he left you. Oh gosh, I'm gonna go with mistake 2. That seems like the most kind answer.
A mistake? But he is the best and greatest of us.
Perhaps when you took on human form, you took on some of human's foibles as well. See, look, Thomas, I'm trying not to antagonize him.
Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time.
Valor 1 Omega wants to know, he's in love with the dead woman. No, he's not. She's not dead. She became human, so he said by default you're in the process of dying, and froze her.
One of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
Why can't we go to Elysium?
Because doing so would violate the rules of my sacred agreement with Jupiter, and you would receive a hostile reception. The best I can do is return you to the land of the living. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
Why?
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken
His
place,
eyes are almost hypnotic.
and you will have created
I wonder what
a paradox.
they do have going on in
What
there.
will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering.
Yeah, Thomas,
in
it
the
is a
natural
lot of
flow
talking.
time. Now, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Farewell, mortal.
Sweet. And yeah, we know she's not dead because she's been whispering to us. So I'm assuming this is going to get us the canon ending number 4. In which case, I will do one quick go through one more time, in which I get the crown, because I think that's going to set me up for ending 3.
Oh.
Hey, Al.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright.
We talked about this. I
Oh,
came to find you.
here I
You
am.
didn't catch my name. I'm Atticus. I hope you knew
did
who
that
I
lady in the
was.
forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared, and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the Oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience.
I wouldn't say I demanded it. I just said his name.
Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the Oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next
I don't
thing
like to
he
brag.
knew,
I had a few times
the
to get it
ground
right.
shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
Actually, it was me.
What? Oh, I see. For a moment there, I thought you were serious. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
I'm right behind you. Daniel wants to know, I don't think the Romans spoke English, so why are they speaking English? They're not. Everyone has a universal translator. They must. I mean, they kind of yada-yada'd over it, but they weren't speaking English. Can I take your backpack?
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and...
Good idea.
You go on it.
Alright, let's go talk to Jen Karen and see if she can talk about the fact that... Was she Persephonus? My ego is growing. Well, to be fair, it's not
You're
really
back.
me.
But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I found him. He'll be here in a moment. But I
What a
think we
relief.
have some stuff to talk
Thank you
about.
so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I discover you're not who you said you are. I remember meeting you 2,000 years ago.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well,
Hello?
now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Yeah, red usually means bad. Are you gonna kill me?
You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
And what truth is that?
You died, of course. You were dead when I brought
I
you
kind of
here.
figured.
My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
How did I die?
Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they
Did you
suffered
kill
a
me?
terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Yeah, I do.
As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover.
Was that
your
Al?
bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed. And
Also,
you
I like how they're
were
doing the
There
2
was
voices
nothing
reading
you
a guy and a
or
girl
your
to get this
ally could have
weird
done.
kind of
He died
vocal effect.
instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some. And so it was my duty to bring you
Valor's
here.
saying this game was fun to watch and many questions about morality. Yeah, they definitely brought it in there at the end. Pluto said the coins Alan I had were the last in existence. What does that mean for you?
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
What was so special about these coins?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths.
Yeah.
To pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth. But not any coin would do.
Hey, we learned about this.
A long time ago, my master created.
We learned about
my
this.
orders were simple.
Yes. Yes, Pluto mentioned that my coin was the last in existence. What's that mean for you?
It means there is nobody else.
Yep. Can you return us to the land of the living?
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Daniel's saying, so the Elysian people are not
here comes
immortal.
Al now.
They only live thousands of years.
It's so
yes.
good to see you.
Thousands and
You were gone
thousands,
so
it
long, I
appears.
thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Ha 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 ha.
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
All right. Ferry us home. Well, neat. I hope that was the canon ending. Surely this was ending 4. Oh, a little bit more. Is this Al?
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again.
Hey,
I read your
Al,
book
how you doing?
and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway.
Does it really
after
count as a
everything you've
theory
been
about the
through,
underworld? I
thought you
feel
might
like most people
appreciate
would have just
some
treated me like a
good
cult
news.
person.
So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet. And I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just
Also, she
really
literally
wanted
asked
you
me
to
not
see
to
this
tell
for yourself.
anyone, and the
Why don't
first
you
thing I
head on down
do
there? I'll catch up with you at the
was
other
to
end.
write a book about everything.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, look at that.
You're finally here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen
This is pretty
appeared
cool.
and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me.
One
but
conversation.
I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life.
So you're with Aquita now.
I know. I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there.
Count me in.
Oh,
What are you doing with yourself
Karen's
these
gift
days?
To buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard
Of
work,
course.
but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I
Just keep
I
your eye
wouldn't
on
change it
Dooley.
for the world.
He literally stole within like 5 seconds.
Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you. So you better keep moving.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me
Did
all
we not
about
meet in the last timeline?
So,
Whoops.
you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually,
I thought I talked to her in the last timeline.
Sacrilegious to say this. I'm finding life after
Yeah, Daniela,
religion
everyone has moved to
quite
the present
enjoyable.
day. Gets you right here. How's Livia?
Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd...
I'll do that.
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting.
Oh,
We've just bought a lovely
Galerius, you
villa in
didn't
the
tell me that
countryside,
little bit of
with room
news.
for a large family, and Dooley too, of course.
Of
It
course.
feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful.
That's
for
true,
what
John
you
and
did for
Tom.
us.
I did just talk to Pluto in the last timeline.
See you at the...
Hello.
Hey, Dooley.
I'm Dooley. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house.
I would have liked to see Dooley be a little sharper at this point, like receiving the medical help he needed.
Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories. It's my favourite thing.
Night, Daniel. The story boxes are great, aren't they?
They're fun.
Good to see you again, Dooley. Can I take your backpack? What
Hi
about
there.
What about
Hello.
Cynthius? Is he here?
You're the Oracle, right?
Maticus is
Of
fine.
course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save
I am
my
so
life.
curious to know how this
And
game
of
would end
course,
if I hadn't had
getting me
Galerius do anything, if I
and
just
all
run
of
straight for
us
Pluto.
out of a terrible situation.
'Cause I could have skipped. I could have skipped all of it.
Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel
Julia
the
was
world
all
and write
about,
it. Turns
that
out,
guy,
it's about 30
Alypius.
times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable.
Have you ridden
Sorry,
a
you
Pegasus
already know
as
all
way
that,
of comparison?
course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about.
Sounds wonderful.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day.
Whatever happened to Malleus and Claudia?
Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a
Thomas Potts
psychiatric
told you she was like that.
As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
I think you're allowed to feel that way. It sounds like they got what was coming to him. Whatever happened to Aurelia?
Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she bought herself a first-class
Nigeria?
one-way ticket
A Nigerian
to join
prince?
him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria?
Nice.
Some people
of
have
course.
all the luck.
As the Oracle, I foresee terrible disappointment in her future. Don't worry, something tells me she's getting exactly what she deserves.
You are the Oracle, so I suppose I'll take your word for it. Huh. I feel better already. Thank you.
Good to see you
too.
again.
If you're ever in London...
I'll take you up on that.
You are here.
Hey,
Lucy is
Lucerta.
fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone.
That's
Speaking
true.
of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So...
What are you doing
I'm
with
studying
yourself?
to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it
Look at her
ended,
eyes.
I realized I missed it.
The fact that they're
So I
kind of
guess I'll just
cross-eyed.
keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time.
To be fair, part of that might be because I had the field of view set a little wide, so it might be throwing off the perspective right now. Also, wow, way to only give her a single line, devs.
You too. Don't be a stranger.
Hey. Evening. Hi there, I'm Horatius.
Of course you are.
I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Centilla with us as well. So, thank you.
I kind of abandoned her in an aqueduct, so... what are you doing with yourself these days, man?
I'm studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot. But some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great.
I would believe that.
I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our path.
I'm so curious to know
aren't our masters,
if I went back
but our guides.
And didn't have Glaeus do anything, what would it do? If I went back and met with Scintilla and then talked to Pluto, what would happen? I think... I'm curious to know how this ending would go.
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever.
Well said.
Thanks.
Whatever happened to your buddy, Domitus?
He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one.
I'm always poking the bear, don't worry, man.
He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
That's a shame.
Perhaps.
Good to see you again, Horatius. So, Cynthia... No hard feelings?
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming.
Oh, that's Cyntilia.
Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure
What
if you
did happen
heard,
to Sentius?
but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time.
No.
But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The
I had
important
no
thing is
idea.
we'll never see him again.
So what happened to Sentius?
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell.
Oh, that's harsh.
Slowly losing his mind until the end of time.
I mean...
Eternal torment.
He got what he wanted. He lives forever. The doctor would approve. Yeah, he did tell me once he wanted to live forever.
Then I suppose he got his wish.
What are you doing with yourself?
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means. In
Yeah,
a
how did they
vast new world.
adapt so quickly to the
I can
modern
go
world?
wherever and
Well, they
do
had a
whatever
year.
I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
It's good to see you, Cynthia.
Too. See you around.
I'm loving this ending.
Greetings.
Ah, Plato.
I take it you're the Oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
We've met before, though. I wouldn't expect you to remember it.
I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your Catabasis to thank for it.
What are you doing with yourself these
I'm
days?
working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being
Oh yes,
around
that's how they're making it in the modern world. They're filthy rich.
My sincere thanks once again.
Hello. Magnificent museum, is it not?
Oh, gorgeous.
Greetings.
Or
You must be the
Georgius.
legendary
You
Oracle.
got a lot to say, don't
It is
you?
a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius. I am told
Good to
we
see you
have
too.
to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that I am most grateful. I
What are
am
you doing with
reacquainting
yourself?
myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won.
A quick save was involved. Good to see you.
Too, my friend.
All right, Fabia.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine.
Yes, lots of coins is how they made it.
I'm just so happy to be here.
You're welcome.
With you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night.
What are you up to these days?
Not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive.
What a time. Sounds like a life well spent.
Oh, it really is.
Good to see you.
Some soiree, innit?
Please keep off the furniture.
Oh, hello at last. You must be the oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius.
Hi, Dacius.
I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Most gracious of you.
What are you up
I
to?
took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the oracle of the futures here and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
I can't really see the future, I'm afraid.
Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
DVD rentals have a bright future. Broadcast television going to be the next big thing. Print media is going to make a huge comeback. Actually, print media. Go for it, man.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight.
Yeah, Valor. Later you defeated him. Quick save. I'm going to go now.
Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
Good evening.
Hello there.
The Octavia.
Oh, hello.
Octavia.
Lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Octavia. Oh, she's the one who wouldn't be quiet when I was trying to save the guy.
I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired.
That honestly gets me right here. That was a good choice.
I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him. Thank you. That means a lot.
Good to see you again.
And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us.
Sure, I'm in.
Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
Greetings.
Good to see you looking well, Olivia.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. At least until I'm well enough to be...
And again, reading good poems.
You remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry
yeah,
to
Daniel,
catch
we do
up
live
on
in
now.
wonderful times.
I'm already
we can
up
play all
to the
kinds of video
19th
games. Go on
century,
YouTube,
and
Netflix,
am quite enjoying
Bflix,
the work
streams
of a fellow
anything we
named
want, whenever we
Poe.
want. It's
I think
kind
I
of
may
crazy.
have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence.
Yeah, well said.
And you...
See you later, kid. I guess one tweak I would have made is to have Galerius be the one we talked to last instead of first.
Finally meet
I mean, maybe I'm jumping the gun. Let's see what the last person says. But I think having that moment at the end of walking down everyone and seeing the guy you worked with the most would have been real cool.
You know, oh, of course. You are an oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous.
What you up to?
Time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun.
That's right, Valerie. We can also watch me getting driven crazy by Salty Trekker on movie night.
Indeed. Thank you, Oren.
Also, I'm not gonna rain on your parade, Kabosh, but I'm not gonna pull the kibosh on you, Kabosh, but just because you're avoiding some things doesn't mean you're not having any fun, man.
Hello there.
Hi, Scintilla.
Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name.
Which monster?
My adoptive father, Sentius, locked me up in the upper cistern to stop me from escaping.
The fiend, the scoundrel, the scallywag.
Came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him.
I'm sorry, I had no idea.
Don't worry, nobody did.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine.
I'm not familiar with the story of the Wandering Jew, Daniel. Good to see you, Gabriella.
Hi. It's nice to finally put a face to the name.
Good to see you again.
I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt.
What are you up
I'm
to
living with
these
Gabriella in
days?
Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope and missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest.
It certainly would have had an impact on those around you.
Sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier.
I'm glad you're happy.
Thank you.
You later. Meanwhile...
Hello.
Rufius, I see you discovered your true self, apparently. You too, Rufius.
I go by Rufus now.
Oh, Rufus.
New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff.
It turns out you were right. The statues were really watching us.
Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant.
That's unfortunately true. What are you up to these
I live
days?
with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern.
Dennis saying the story goes that there was a Jew that taunted Christ as he was carrying the cross, and Cross cursed him to wander the world till kingdom come. Supposedly to this day he's still wondering. No, I don't believe it. It makes for a good fictional story, but definitely not true.
What I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment.
And we can know this, one, because it's not recorded anywhere in the Bible. But 2, we also hear that God established the length of human lifespans and set an end to it. In fact, the very reason that he kicked Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden was because he didn't want humanity to live forever under the weight of sin. And so he didn't want us to have access to the tree of the knowledge, or he didn't want to have access to the tree of life, excuse me. So he definitely would not have cursed someone to wander the earth till kingdom come. Good to see you again, Rufus.
You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
And Virgil, yeah. There's no
so
reason to
nice
have
to
Virgil be
finally
the
meet
last
you.
person here.
I've
Like,
heard
he's
so
one of
much
the people
about
we
you.
interacted with the least. They definitely should have reversed the order, I feel like. More or less. Have Scintilla here. She was pretty important to the story. But I think it would have made a lot more sense to have Galerius here at the end to talk to.
I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow.
What are you up to
studying
these
to be an
days?
architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam. Just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last.
Valor
Gleaming
1, the Locrist
futuristic
said it's
buildings
almost
and
drinkable.
clean
That's
streets
funny. I
full
think
of
Salty
educated,
Trekker would drink
accepting
it,
people.
but only
You
after being
natives
tricked
of the
by
21st
Matthew.
century have no
Yeah,
idea
John
how
warned you, you
fortunate
can't
you
trust
are.
that Maticus guy. He looks shady. Well, good to see you again, Virgil.
You too. As Rufus said in his own laconic way, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you.
I might just take you up on that. What else do we have here? The Christian carving. We have the Latin plaque. Trees all must walk this path to where the laws of day help the virtuous to paradise in the city beneath the earth. The ravenous hunger of the avaricious is sated at the banks of the stream, but in vain, for none may here return. A plaque bearing the Greek inscription, Hades, Lord of Many. The game is woke. The sins of the many should become the sufferings of the many. I still don't think it was woke. I think they did a real good job with the game. Like I said, I would have tweaked the ending just slightly so that at the end of this hallway, you get the biggest emotional kickback for the game, where you get to see your friend Galerius. And you know what? I think I may even tweak that a little bit to say,
There
if they
you
could
are.
go really deep in the
hope you enjoyed
programming,
Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to.
to have
know
the last person be the person that you interact with the most.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
I recognize that voice.
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention.
Daniel Sotov is saying it's not fair. The pre-flood people live 1,000 years each. We live 80 to 90 years each. It really doesn't matter too much about the lifespan because this body, Yoda's really said it best. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. God has created something better for us than this crude life. It's tragic that at the end of life we suffer, but there is something greater in store for us than just this for those who have placed their faith in Christ. We were never meant to be these temporary corporeal things. It's only because of the weight of the fall, the weight of sin, that we have come to be less than what God created us to be.
Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
You did what you could, thank you. So you created the time loop.
I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier, he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle.
But it would just be the same day over and over
once
again.
I taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him. And there was little I could
that
do
getting
but wait for someone like you to
agonizing
come along
for me.
and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did.
So what became of Pluto?
I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way.
What happened to Charn?
Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind.
Ooh, part 2,
She didn't
perhaps?
say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day.
Well, it was nice
And
meeting you.
Although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
I made several of them.
Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Oh, the statue, Sentius. Ending 4 of 4. And that's true, Thomas. They only repeated the day that I was in. And Daniel was saying, I asked people why would God lower the lifespan of people from the pre-flood people to the post-flood people. Some say the water that fell during the flood covered the atmosphere and shielded us. It's certainly possible. I have seen a lot of people who have taken that stance, and I think there's some scientific basis for that, but it's also entirely possible that we're all basically inbreeding. Ever since Adam and Eve, it's all been basically inbreeding, so it's just entirely possible that the human genome can't support life greater than 80 or 90 years. Like, even Abraham lived well over 100. Sarah, when she was 120, was considered extremely beautiful, and several kings tried to marry her. And that's true, John. Longer lifespan does not necessarily mean a better life. Oh my goodness, I've been going for 4 hours? What is wrong with me? He said as he loaded up his last save. Okay, I'm doing this again real quick because what I want to do is make Pluto mad, get the crown, and find out what this last ending is. And this shouldn't take me but a second to make him mad. I mean, I think I know how to make someone mad.
And he allow.
Okay, are you responsible? What do you consider sin?
Notice the Greek, the Rome. It is the
Us in terrible things, suicide. Seems.
Then your desire, you will.
Enough talk. I'm going to end this. Let's find out.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay. Ah, darn it. I got hit. Rewind time and show Pluto you have the crown. Okay, let's do a quick save here. Now, if I can remember, I need to... Ow! Darn it. One more hit and I'm down. Open, 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 open! Oh, darn it! I can't even get through here quick enough. I can't even see! Well, this may have been a poor choice of mine. Come on. Oh no, I went the wrong way. Zipline, zipline, zipline. Zipline, 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 come on! Okay, well, just don't panic. Don't want to die by falling like I did last time. Okay, there we go. I think I'm in the clear. All I have to do is walk out these doors and not get shot one more time. All right. So let's see what ending 3 is.
Salve.
I'm a little busy right now.
Right.
That's the first big change I'm going to make here. I want to see what happens, like if the ending is significantly different by not telling Galerius to do all the things. Running, running, running. Valor 1 Omega is saying, I was reading that scientists have been working on a form of immortality by repairing the slowly damaging DNA through cellular regeneration, which it gets shorter as it replicates itself. I've been hearing some of that too. I saw that they were specifically looking at...
Well,
I'm feeling a bit on edge.
Well,
Can you leave me alone? I'm gonna be going now.
Well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you
Oh
better
my goodness,
over
leave me
the coming
alone.
months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Was it a jellyfish of some sort?
No, 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 no. Oh,
I really can't be bothered.
I'm sorry.
Please, help.
Good luck with that.
Are you...
Yes, I can't help you.
Out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
I just want to go into the temple.
I'll have... and I...
Alright, there we go. See, I had to do this in reverse, right? No, Pluto. Pluto, then Hades. And John, good job noticing that out. Noticing that I said it in reverse. So first Pluto, then Hades, then Osiris. And then Nerdral. Tom's saying I'm not supposed to go to the temple? I thought I was supposed to show Pluto the crown. I'm supposed to talk to the magistrate? I thought for sure I was supposed to show the crown.
No go, and I've been watched and what the first.
See, this is Prospernia's crown.
I would recognize that.
I took it from her after I killed her in another timeline. I didn't want to kill her, but if you don't put an end to the golden rule, I'll do it again.
You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium humiliated and alone.
What's it gonna be?
I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I've witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long.
Achievement unlocked,
It's time for
psycho.
me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager,
Yeah, we've heard this before. You just want to return to the world.
I will have Charon. Once this, what will now?
Okay, let's get this over with.
Best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Okay, so it's the same. I see, Thomas. I did the same quest, didn't I? I just came about it a different way. I guess I won't be known as the Oracle this time, though. Be known as a jerk.
Hi there.
Yeah, I came to find you.
I'm for apparently that what became of him and the other people who lived, and did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse?
I'm gonna real quick follow this just long enough to see how this plays out. And then I'll go back and give it to the magistrate this time.
You go.
Daniel's hot topic. Did that guy just commit suicide and the woman did nothing to stop him? No, she tried. It's just, it was too late. There was nothing she could do to stop him from jumping. Okay, how quickly can we get through this?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
No, I'm good.
I do.
Quick.
Only there, perhaps.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this.
Thomas is saying, I still think this is ending 3.
Here comes Al now.
But you are, Matthew.
Ow. It's so good to see you.
Kind of like.
And
Alright, take us home. I am a little curious to see if people still respond to me the same way. That's why I'm even bothering with this right now. Like, Ulysses won't be there.
What?
Okay, they're still here.
You're it's anyway, I want.
Good to see you again. So she's here, but
hi there.
There's someone missing. Oh, because I didn't save her. Oh, I didn't save her. So yes, things do have an impact. Now Fabia's also not here.
Is it not? Greeting. The poor sweet thing perished in a shrine collapse before the rest of us.
Sorry to hear that.
I am perhaps one day. Once I have, I hope you will join me there.
Consider me there. Good to see you again. But why is
Good evening.
Hello there.
Scintilla not here? Wasn't she right here last time? I'm not gonna talk to you. Interesting. So somehow, and Rufus didn't survive.
Hello.
How did Rufus not survive?
It's so nice to. I wanted to thank you personally.
Are you
I'm
doing it
studying
yourself?
to be an architect. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. You, Nate.
Good to see you again.
If you.
You must be
Oh.
Scintilla.
I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard
Yeah,
my
I made
name.
the medicine for Rufus, but I thought it was just his
You didn't
rheumatitis. He should have been
My
alive.
adoptive father, Sentius, after you drove Pluto. Mm-hmm.
What are you doing
I'm
with
living by
yourself?
myself on a little vineyard in Umbria, but it's been hard.
Sorry to hear
it's
that.
hardly. Thanks.
Good to see you again. So, her sister's missing now.
Good evening.
Or no, her sister's right
Hey.
here. I just wasn't paying attention. Well, let's see if this is the third ending, like with everyone, most of the people dead, or if there's something else I was supposed to do.
Now, there's one more.
I want.
It was nice meeting you.
And you. Oh, and one last thing. Good. Because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the
Now,
underworld
that's
and returned,
Antilius, isn't it?
none came close to
Or is that
achieving
supposed to be
beauty.
my character?
Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
He would have survived, or not back then. Well, I guess I thought it was the same day, so it wouldn't have mattered. So yeah, that's still ending 4 of 4. I gotta figure out ending 3. So if ending 3 isn't just to give the crown to Centilius or the magistrate, then I'm just gonna call it a night, because it's already 1:30. What am I doing? Come on. I want to continue. Will that do it? Let's try continuing. 'Cause I think this will load me right in front of the door before I go talk to Pluto. Yes. So I should have the crown. All right. So I mean, you can see on the timeline how the further along you go, you get the different endings. So the very first ending is I immediately kill Centilius, the magistrate, and I'm out. The second one is the one where his daughter, I escape with his daughter. So there should be one more ending that I can get. I just have to figure out how to get it. And it should be, I mean, it's further along the path is what they're showing. But it's still real close to 1 and 2. And Thomas, I have done 1 and 2 and 4 now. So I haven't done 3. I'm not sure what 3 would have been.
On your best behavior, I trust?
I guess maybe 3 would be...
Oh, another one fresh out of the bar.
3 would have been maybe letting the election go through? He up on his balcony right now? Yes, he is.
I thought I told you to get out of my villa. I'm bored.
What?
I thought...
What? What on earth?
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it.
Horatius, help me!
I wonder how many people I can freeze before I get in trouble.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Well, not before I get in trouble, but like before I get taken down myself. Like, I wonder if the angel people can get more if I can get more. Looks like they've already gotten most of them. Oh, Octavia was a Christian too. Faster, faster, faster. I don't remember. Maybe something different with his locked up daughter? Maybe that's why he's bored of talking with me? Because I've done so many trips through time now.
I'll go.
I wonder if that's what it is, since I've done so many trips through time, and I know that he can see through time. I know, I'll try talking to him one more time.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Otherwise, I'm out of time.
I thought I told you to get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
I feel like I missed a line. When did he tell me to get out of his villa? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because I did the timeline where he gets not elected. I definitely missed something. This
Don't mind me. I just live here.
This talk about being bored of me. I don't remember him. I don't remember him ever saying this.
Magistrate's orders. What is it, citizen? All right.
Okay, well, I guess that's gonna be it then, guys. I have no idea. What we're supposed to do at this point.
You're allowed a weapon and I'm not.
So thanks for hanging out with me for the past way too many hours, and I will see y'all sometime in the future, but definitely not tomorrow. I guess Monday will be when I stream next. So take care, everyone, and I will see you on the next stream. Thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please be sure to hit that like button and share it with your friends. If you haven't subscribed yet, I hope you will, and be sure to hit that bell icon to be notified of all the updates I do on this channel. If you want to support the work I'm doing here, then I hope you'll consider becoming one of my Patreons, where you'll get early access to all kinds of videos. And until the next time, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May he cause his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Amen.